and I, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody here tonight. Wow. Got a full house so far. It's looking good. Give a shout out here in just a minute since some people pile in here. Excuse me. Just had some Romulan bong hit. So let me see who we got here tonight. Boy, we had a great stream over on Dose of Reality. Dose of Reality show, man. Guys got some great shit. Brian Stavely, good friend of mine. If you're not already subscribed, do I even still have him up? Dreamy, if you could put Brian Stavely's link, or if Brian's here, he can put it in there. Anyway, I'll find it here in a minute. We had a hell of a time over there talking. Had Tommy Tell the Truth. Mr. Wiley was with us. And of course, Brian Stavely himself. We went on to a wide range of topics, even got into talking about some NPCs. We'll cover a little bit of that here tonight. Just going to be kind of all over the place. There's some crazy shit. I thought, who was it said that? That was funny as shit. I got to find that. Damn. Somebody said something about Neil deGrasse fucking Joe Cool. Who was that said that? I saw that scroll by and I started laughing my ass off during the thank you, Dreamy. That was funny as shit. We got Kevin back here. What's happening tonight? Kevin, hold on 1 second. Let me get this thing over where we're supposed to go. Gotcha, man. What's happening, bro? What's up, bro? Yeah, I can go ahead and say something. Say something. Talk.
Something like you're saying.
Okay, yeah, you got a robot-y thing going on. Like a robot-y thing. There you go, doctor. Need a more enhanced AI, you know. I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that. Remember HAL, the creepy fucking computer in 2001? I was not down for that thing. Where was I at on this? What happened to my guys? What happened to my guys? Okay, anyway, we'll get over here and let me see. Who was that said that anyways about Joe? That was funny. I think it was oh damn it. I'm gonna find it because I want to put that up here. That's funny as shit. Somebody said something about Neil deGrasse Tyson or Joe Cool. Yeah, poor Joe. I went on Flow State the other night and Joe was on there. And Flo was trying to show him the illogical aspect of a lot of the things he thinks. And it was funny as shit because he all he does, he only let you get about 3 words out and he starts fucking hollering and then carrying on. And you can't get a fucking word in edgewise with this guy, man. It's funny as hell. Well, this guy keeps popping on. Kevin keeps popping up and then popping off. He's in a warp bubble right now. Oh, isn't that nice? There's going to be an asteroid that's going to eclipse the red star Betelgeuse on December the 11th. So set your calendars, everybody, and be sure that you put out picnic baskets and shit so you can witness the eclipse of the red star Betelgeuse on December the 11th. What the fuck, man? These people. I can't even get over it, how they are. So we know who's behind the globe, okay? And there's no denying it anymore. I'm going to show you. Okay. So you can see who's behind the globe.
Sie nennt sich Generale, weil sie Jahre auf Militärakademien zugebracht haben, nur um zu lernen, wie man besser Gabe hält. Jahrelang hat das Militär meine Aktionen überhindert. Das hat mich gegen nur einen Widerstand in den Weg gesetzt. Ich hatte gut daran getan. Und dann haben alle höheren Offiziere diktieren zu lassen, wie Stalin. Ich war nie auf einer Akademie. Und doch habe ich allein aus Mittelstand, ganz Europa erobert. Verräter. Von allem Anfang an bin ich so verraten und betrogen worden. Es wurde ein ungeheurer Verrat gelügt am deutschen Volke. Aber alle diese Verräterinnen bezahlen. Mit ihrem eigenen Blut werden sie bezahlen. Sie werden das saufen in ihrem eigenen Blut. Bitte gerne. Das beruhigt dich doch. Meine Befehle sind in den Wind gesprochen. Es ist unmöglich, unter diesen Umständen zu führen. Es ist aus. Der Krieg ist verloren. Aber wenn Sie, meine Herren, glauben, dass ich deshalb Berlin verlasse, das ist nicht der Fall. Er jagt ich mir eine Kugel durch den Kopf. Tun Sie, was Sie wollen.
So that's from Flat Out Truth on YouTube. That's a pretty good channel. If you've never checked it out, Terry Eicher, he's got some good stuff. He's got a way of explaining things in layman's terms, kind of like how I like to do. I like to put things into a context where common people can understand it. People get bamboozled when you start using technical talk. Like a lot of people didn't catch the fact that when Elon's rocket exploded, they didn't call it an explosion. They called it a sudden unscheduled disassembly, which is basically what a fucking explosion is, man. But you see how technographical that sounds? It's like, oh, those are really smart people. Did you hear the way that they said that? Holy cow, you know, and it's like, you guys, man, you got to wake up. Well, we've measured the gravitational constant, which is a fancy way of saying we measured how fast shit drops. There it is. So what? It's not really all that big of a fucking deal. I got put in jail for hit her video. Oh no, on what? Facebook? Facebook is terrible. I put it on Facebook, that thing on Facebook, and nobody said nothing about it. Of course, you know, I'm sure they might have a shit fit about it over in Germany, because, you know, they suck. So whatever. You know, whatever happened to having a fucking sense of humor? I mean, the 1960s was only 20 couple years after the end of World War II, and there was a TV show called Laugh-In, where repeatedly they had a German soldier come cropping up. It was oh fuck, what was his name? I can't remember. Artie Feldman. He'd come up out of the bushes. Barbara, you probably remember on Laugh-In. He'd come up and he'd go, very interesting, but stupid, right? That was, you know, people would laugh. And this is just only a short time after the horrible war. So these people are crazy, man. They want to constantly nail you with as much fear and propaganda as they possibly can at any given moment. Brian showed a video today on there of this guy supposedly having new Mandela effects. And well, they weren't new. Most of them weren't really Mandela effects. And then right in the middle of it, they throw it in there about a curved route is actually a shorter distance than a straight route, because the Earth's a globe. And it's like, well, how is that a fucking Mandela effect, man? What is up with that, these people? Kevin, why don't you give me a 1, 2, 3 on your mic there? Let's hear how that sounds now.
Oh, hello, I'm here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it sounds great, man. It does.
Okay.
Yeah,
it was a trip. It was a trip earlier, man, because every time I couldn't hear you, and I think it was because something was playing. You were playing in the background. You know what I mean? So it was getting this weird bouncing back and forth. I couldn't hear you thing. I don't know what it was.
Could very well be. Could be. Yeah. See, Sue ratio. Sue B ratio. I'm going to go into the chat participants here in just a minute. Call out. Give some shout outs here. Yeah, very interesting. You remember that, right? She left the T left out. Yeah. I know what you meant, because man, we remember that. You know, most of us, a lot of us that were alive at that time. Shit, I can remember Goldie Hawn go dancing on Laughing. That was a funny ass show, man. Rowan and Martin's Laughing. It was a pretty good show, very popular, cutting edge shit for that time period, really pushing the envelope on a lot of shit, you know. Yeah, let me see, I had some other stuff. I didn't really have anything queued up. I should have been a little more prepared, but you know, fuck it. It's Sunday night and I'm just doing my thing, man. So who remembers that time when there was a naked kid hanging out the fucking window of Buckingham Palace? Got caught on the news. So they were having some kind of a thing going on, and you can see these guards are dressed up, right? Going along. That's Buckingham Palace. And they just laugh about it, man. You know, and it's like, wait a second, hold on a minute. Did we really just see what we actually saw? That's Buckingham Palace, and here's some naked dude coming out of a freaking rope out the window.
It's almost like a kid or something, like maybe child trafficking or something, you know, that tried to get away.
Make you wonder, don't it?
Yeah.
Make you wonder what the hell is going on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, we showed a thing. Did you catch Brian Stabley's show?
I did not know. Not his last one.
because I showed this thing about how easy it is to program people, you know, how they'll go along to conform with the masses of people. There's
Of
Dr.
course.
Law. Dr. Law, sorry I didn't make it over onto the Discord thing with you tonight. I was on Brian Stabley's channel on his show. So we'll catch it again. I got the link. Let me see. Oh, where was it? So I showed this experiment, which is it's called the Ash experiment. And this was really interesting because it shows how people will go along with conformity. And this experiment's been done over and over. And this is one of the reasons a lot of people, they'll go ahead with and just believe something because the masses do. You see? Just
Yeah,
because
like that one thing that went through, that 19 thing.
yeah. We're not going to talk anything about that shit at all. Nothing about that at all. I don't even want nobody talking about taking a fucking aspirin on here tonight. That we're not even going to get into that. But people here are bright enough, such as yourself, Kevin,
World.
to
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
to correlate this with things that are going on
Right.
recently and currently. So yeah,
I don't have to voice what I already know.
right. And just about everybody else here does too, you know. And so that's what you know, I consider most of my viewers to be pretty bright, intelligent people, and they're able to put it together, so they can see this, and this goes with flat Earth.
Well, that just goes to show you, because of the 100 viewers you had the other day. I mean, 200 viewers almost when Brian was on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we had a really good turnout for that. We're having a really good turnout for my backup channel here, which reminds me, anybody, if you're not subscribed to this channel, to the backup channel here, Sav's Place, please back up, hit the bell notification, because you know, with whatever's going on with the other channel, you know, who knows, might have to come over here for a while. We'll see. But as it looks now, I should be back by this Thursday on the other, but I'm going to put some more stuff on this channel as well. I'm thinking maybe sometime this week, I want to show the silent film masterpiece, what remains of it anyway, of Nosferatu, which I think
Did
that
they ban you on YouTube, or something else happened?
What's that?
Did they ban you on YouTube?
No, I just got a strike, so you can't do anything for like a fucking week, you know?
Oh shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's why I got this backup channel, because they got a hard on for channels like mine, like Brian's, anybody that's saying anything that doesn't jive with the status quo. That's what they're going to go after, man.
Yeah, I know. They're anal.
Right. And these people that seem like they just came out of a cookie cutter made by the government, you know, and I'm talking about a lot of these globe troll channels and shit like that. They're all in on everything status quo, right? They'll argue in favor of anything status quo, whatever it may be.
Of course they will. Of course they will, because they've been programmed.
Yep. Deep programmed. Well, that, and possibly in some kind of trouble, and this is part of a deal. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
No, I don't know anything about. I don't know what you're talking about. No,
So check this. Is pretty cool, this experiment. This isn't a very long video.
Experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in the real test, which is actually about group conformity.
The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. So, for example,
the actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer, or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1.
2.
1. Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3. 3.
3.
3.
The Ash experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again and again.
Yeah. Really interesting. Of course, it's more extended than that. That was just a little short thing, but it's called the Ash experiment. You can look up longer versions of that video, and it's amazing. You can see how people do that just to conform. There's another one. I wonder if I can find that. Let me see if I can find it. It's let's see. It's one where they have this woman in a let's see, waiting room. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Waiting room beep experiment. Here we go. Let's see, social conformity. And I'll play it from here just because if I'm liable to, if you play something from Nat Geo, they'll fucking strike you. So I don't play anything from Nat Geo. I play it secondhand. If this is already out, then I can use this. And as soon as this advert gets done, all right. So let me stop this screen. This was a great test. Oh, no, I want this there, like that. Okay, so what they've done is this girl doesn't know, right, that all these other people have been told what to do. Okay.
Right.
To that question, we set up a hidden camera experiment to see if this woman would stand up at the sound of this tone, simply because everyone else is. You might be thinking you'd never go along with this. Or would you? After just 3 beeps, and without knowing why she's doing it, this woman is now conforming perfectly to the group. But what happens if we take the group away?
Elaine, please.
Okay, now she's alone. The crowd is gone and nobody is watching her except our hidden cameras. What do you think she'll do? She's now conforming to the rules of the group without them even being there. Now, watch what happens when we introduce another outsider who doesn't know the rules.
Have a seat and they'll be out in just a couple minutes. Thanks so much.
Everybody was doing it, so I thought I was supposed to.
Think she'll teach the new guy what to do?
That's horrible.
We kept the cameras rolling as more unsuspecting patients arrived. And slowly but surely, what began as a random rule for this woman has now become the social norm for everyone in this waiting room. Here to explain what's going on in their brains is Jonah Berger of the University of Pennsylvania.
This sort of internalized form of herd behavior is part of what we call social learning. Starting at a very early age, when we see members of our group perform a task, our brains literally reward us for following in their footsteps.
When I saw everybody stand up, I felt like I needed to join them. Otherwise, I'm like excluded. Once I decided to go with it, then I felt much more comfortable.
Conformity is how we become socialized, but it can also cause us to develop bad habits or repeat past wrongs.
And it's why even this rebel, who wasn't standing for any of this nonsense, eventually joined the ranks. And the only thing more shocking than seeing how easily conformity affects the way you act is that similar forces are subconsciously shaping the way you think right now.
For a little savings, Specialist Miller buys in bulk.
So, what'd you think of that, man?
I'm kind of appalled, really.
Right?
I just can't believe anybody. I mean, it's that easy to get roped into something, you know.
Oh, it's real easy. Let me see. There's another really good one too. Hold on 1 second. Let me grab and open this thing up here, so that once it's open, all right, I can come back to here. There, we got it. Now I can paste that there. All right, cool. Let's see. There was let's see, lint roller. Oops. Lint roller. Scan. I think that's the one. Yeah, okay. So this was pretty cool.
So here you have a man telling people to spread their arms out so they can be scanned and be scanned with a lint brush or a lint roller. This is really incredible. The reason I wanted to show this particular video is how people will just ask no questions. They'll just do whatever somebody asks them to do. And that's pretty scary when you think about it. But it does sum up everything that's been going on for a very, very, very long time. And most recently with COVID and then all of the other things that are going on. So I had to share this with everyone. Let me know what you think. What would happen if you walked up to a building like this and you saw somebody doing this? What would you do? Would you question it?
I would.
Would you say, look, you're not a security guard. What do you do? What are you doing? What are you scanning me for? Or would you just let them do it? Let me know in the comment section. I'd like to know what you have to say. I would imagine that most of you that are watching this particular channel and stuff like this would be asking those types of questions and not just letting anyone do whatever it is that they want to you. Let me know. See you in the next video.
Yeah, and I think that guy's a mental patient or something, isn't he? He's just standing out there random.
Well, he's not really a mental patient. He's just a dude doing this. You know, I think it's an awesome experiment because, you know, he kind of this is a bigger one, so you can actually see it. Some of the people at home were with smaller phones and devices and whatnot probably couldn't see what was going on there. But this guy is wearing, see, his sweats all match, so it's kind of uniformy, right?
Well, he kind of looks like he has some kind of uniform-ish. I mean, it looks like an outfit like for a band or something.
Well, yeah, it's sweats, and he's got, looks like some kind of a fanny pack like slung over his shoulder. I mean, so that it does give like a uniform with a hat. He's got this mask and he's just standing there. Now you also have to take this into account too. Automatically, psychologically, if you're standing above someone, psychologically you're seen as superior or
in authority. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And so that's why the cops always want you to sit down. That's why they always want you to sit down, especially if you're taller than them.
Yeah.
So
because they had short man syndrome.
right. So the fact that these people actually just go ahead and respond to it, and of course people walking up have seen the people ahead of them respond like that, and they're like, oh, I have to do this to go in. So it just goes into their head like that. Watch how they do it. Oh,
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. Sons of biscuit eaters. Oh, come on. He's not even talking. He's just motioning his arms out like that at him and then pointing the way for him to go through. The worst part is none of them are paying no attention to what he's using, which is a lint roller. You know, I mean, come on. But that's kind of like sheepish type people that we have in our world right now, man. It's sick.
There's something so wrong with that it's not even, it's funny, but it's not funny.
No, it's not. I wonder if that, that was over on Brian's channel about the NPCs. Did I show? I haven't shown that here, have I? Or am I having brain lock? I shared a thing about how there's like a certain amount of us are NPCs.
Oh no, I think I did see that the other day, didn't I?
You might have.
I think I did. Yeah, I watched. I never tried to. I didn't try to log on or anything, but I was watching. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is kind of crazy. So I found this video. Tell me what you think about this. This is pretty fucking nuts. There you go. All right, here we go. So yeah, this is pretty crazy.
It should be a bigger story, and I don't think it's going to get covered.
Okay.
All right. So can I explain it to you?
Yeah.
And then you can just tell me if I sound crazy.
Okay.
Because I'm going to sound crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. 99% of the phones in the world are being tracked by every single government through push notifications. And the United States government actually has a gag order on the two largest phone companies through their operating systems to make sure that no one knows about it. And it was just confirmed by a letter via the chairman of the Committee on Finance in the Senate.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So you're saying that all the governments?
So this is how he words it. All right, Senator Ron Wyden, in a letter to the Attorney General, he states that last year he got a tip, his office got a tip, that foreign governments were reaching out to Google and Apple. Now that's important because Android phones make up 70% of every operating system in the world.
All right.
On every phone.
Okay.
The other 29% is Apple.
Yeah.
Both of those companies were being reached out to by foreign governments who were requesting push notification data.
Push notification data?
So you know when somebody sends you a text?
Yeah.
Okay, and you get that little thing that pops up at the top of the screen?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you like this thing? Or like Amazon sends you a little bing. It's like, oh, just so you know, Magneto helmets are 30% off. And then you click the button and buy.
I cannot believe you bought that Magneto helmet.
Okay, ignore this. The governments are tracking us, okay?
All right.
I will put it on so they don't hear my thoughts. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you get that, that's a push notification.
Yeah.
Okay. But that doesn't come directly from your app. That, through these services, goes from the app to a cloud server.
Okay.
And then it goes to your phone.
All right.
So these governments are subpoena and requesting the information from the cloud server, not from your phone, not from the app, but from Google and from Apple. And so these governments, we don't know what governments, it just says in the letter, foreign countries are reaching out and collecting this data. Now, the assumption being ones that the United States has security partnerships with throughout the world.
Maybe.
But also maybe the United States government as well. Because when his office reached out and were like, we want more information about this, both Google and Apple stated to the senator, who is the chairman of the Committee on Finance, he has the clearance. We can't tell you because we're under a gag order by the United States government. So this senator is asking the Attorney General, hey, lift the gag order and let people know if they're being surveilled through the push notifications. Because those push notifications could have things like in a text, who the text came from, maybe a little bit of the preview of the body of the text, maybe other metadata in there, like where the text was being sent from or other things. Like when you drop a pin to tell someone your location, and it tells you in the push notification, tons of information could be up there.
Yeah.
And like, This just came out, but I'm already seeing it like not getting any traction anywhere.
Why not?
Well, because Apple and Google pay a lot in advertising,
Yeah.
and they also run the algorithms that track of how people find out information.
Okay, yeah, so they're not going to want this to get out.
Yeah, and so they're just going to be like, maybe it'll just go away.
So should we get tinfoil and make tinfoil hats?
No, I bought a Magneto helmet.
I know you bought a
That way they
Magneto
can't read my push
I
notifications.
don't think it's going to work.
I think it couldn't hurt.
But man, I tell you, this shit that, you know, everybody's like, oh, this is so convenient to have this, you know, and it's wonderful. And look how, you know, we can do everything with it, you know, and you don't realize they're doing everything with your data. They can track every fucking thing. When you use those little reward cards, you know,
Yeah.
like at the supermarket or whatnot, those are made by this company that collects that data. You get a discount for using that card. But what you're not aware of is that the company that makes that card gets all the information on your buying habits.
Okay. Nope. That's a tracking device.
You purchased, right? And so after repeated visits, because you have a rewards card, and if you keep coming back, we'll even give you a further discount by using your card so many times, right? So you're more apt to go back, and you use a repeated pattern when you go to that place, right? And so they're able to tell a lot about you by your purchases, what your eating habits, what your toiletry habits, what have you. They can build a makeup on you from all of the data that's collected by using these things. The credit card companies do the shit too. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And this is how you get, this is very valuable because this is what advertisers buy to send you all that crap you got to filter through to find the actual mail.
Or like those Albertsons and Kroger rewards cards, like all those cards. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
In fact, the company that makes those cards is, you know, that does that thing that's where the FBI, the CIA, all them fucking companies, those outfits go to get their background information on new hires.
What?
So, yeah, man.
On new hires? Wow.
Yeah. Because you get beyond what's just what's in someone's record that way. You get an idea of all their personal habits and shit as well. It's a doorway into your personal life. And now they're wanting to go with complete electronic money, which is going to be opening even more of a door for everything that you do to be tracked. Every financial transaction you make, not only will that be tracked, but the goods or services in question, everything, man, you know? Yeah, for $1 off. Right. Absolutely. Or for a buy one, get one free on some shit that you probably shouldn't fucking eat in the first goddamn place, right? You know, that's the way I look at this shit. But
I'll tell you what, that's 3 times I gotten kicked off here tonight now. I got literally kicked off just a minute ago.
I don't understand, man. Everything's going 5 by 5 on my end over here.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know what it is, but it seemed kind of odd because I literally was not touching my phone and it just dropped out as the stream and it went into another thing, into the StreamYard thing, like the homepage of StreamYard. Like I wanted to enter a live chat.
So I finally found the thing I was trying to show Neil deGrasse Joe Cool the other night, the 3 body problem.
Right.
So this is pretty cool. I don't know if a lot of my viewers might be familiar with this. So see what happens when we introduce. See, they can't figure out what to do. Now, this is a computer using their gravitational models and everything. And you see what happens. You don't get any kind of consistent orbits of anything. You get this chaotic fucking banging around, and look at that one swirl way the fuck on out there. Then come in real quick. Speeds are changing, everything.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because the initial picture, when they all three first started to go around, it looked like a toroid.
Right. What?
Which in electromagnetics is
There
a
we go.
big deal.
Trivesica Pisces, right? It looks good. Little slightly off. Oh, whoa, what happened there? Oh, and this one got polar. See?
That's toroid. They should have been. Oh, I just threw that one way out of there. But that's weird.
Yeah. See, it goes all over the fucking place. So it won't work, man.
Well, they're not contained, so of course they're not. I don't know. I don't even know.
That's the problem. Once you enter a third body into the equation, that's the chaos that starts to ensue. Okay. And throws their whole orbits of fucking planets and shit right off the window.
Well, what about them using the sun as the center, like ours is?
It still wouldn't work. You'd still have the same thing.
That's weird. I mean, I don't know shit about geoscience or anything like that. I have no clue about orbits or magnetic forces, or I don't think they do either. I mean,
it's all made up.
Yeah, it's all theoretical anyway.
No, it's all made up bullshit, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what. Well, theories. They make a thesis. That's the thing they're trying to prove throughout their whole academic life. In college. Yeah. Right. So they're trying to use the thesis. But then again, that's all theories. Everything that's in a thesis is a theory. So those are trying to be, until they're scientifically proven, they're still going to be a theory. But a lot of the crap that's still theory is what we use today as fact. Mm-hmm. And that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, well, they took something that still hasn't been proven. Okay.
Right.
Since 1666, the theory of gravity has still not been proven. Yet they go ahead and they see what happened was by the time Einstein, they shot their fucking mouth off too much about this shit. And
Einstein didn't really produce anything, but he came up with this bullshit story.
Right.
As a cover story for the cover story, the bullshit story that they just turned in.
Right. So they had to come up with this. They had to make up dark matter.
Yeah.
They had
ether. The ether.
Right.
They didn't. Yeah.
Well, no, not the ether. Dark matter, because they said this. Listen, this is literally what they said. Okay. They said that their gravitational constants didn't work out. That their equations weren't working out in accordance to what they were viewing. So this could only mean that there was dark matter that we couldn't see. In other words, invisible matter that we couldn't see that was causing the gravitational effect. Not that, we were wrong. No, this can only mean that there's some kind of unicorn fart that is causing this shit.
That's hilarious.
I mean, for real, that's exactly what they did. And so now they go with it. They just go with it. And they treat it like you were saying, they treat it as a fact. And it's not.
Well, people need to, the general public right now, especially now in this shitty state we're in, if we don't start paying attention to the things that we're saying and the things that are happening around us, I mean, we're going to get cast off to the lot.
Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, we're already there. We got so many people that they're too immersed in the world to really understand any matters of the spirit or any other thing.
Yeah,
that's what believing you live on a ball and you came from a fucking monkey, just a random chance shit of whatever started it, lightning or an alien jacking off in a swamp, whatever the fuck it was.
It's pretty easy to see though, Dave, that there's a big money in every bit of this whole thing. I mean, right on down to the grocery store people in the cities that are creating all this technology that they're talking about, like all the NASA. I mean, think about it. There's billions, trillions of dollars that we spent at NASA alone.
Yeah.
Since 1960. So, I mean, that's a lot of money that's covering up all this crap.
Well, if you go on the Flat Earth Wiki, the True Earth Wiki,
Yeah.
that Joel's putting together, no longer on the ball. He's been putting this thing out, and there's been other creators contributing to it as well. And this thing is, there's a section in there about NASA. Now in there is like, it's like a PDF, like a PowerPoint of a PowerPoint presentation by NASA. And it shows what they're really into. Listen, that's going into black budget shit. That money goes into black budget shit because they're into like smart dust, active denial systems, directed energy weapons. That's the kind of shit that they're actually doing. Meanwhile, giving you a fucking puppet show so that you're not even wondering about any of that shit. See? Oh, look at our pretty puppets up in space. Look at this stuff. Isn't this fucking cool? Meanwhile, they're devising things to put you under lockdown and or kill you.
Well, all the while, the thing about it is too, the even more disturbing part about it is that they have, like, we should be way past fossil fuels use in this world. There's no reason under this. There is no reason in this friggin' world, because they've got all this technology that they've had for 150 years, that they mastered electronics in 57 or 54 or something like that. And they know how to do, they beat in gravity, back then. So they had that much electrical knowledge. They knew how to, well, actually, there's a couple of things that I found out about electricity. But anyway, they knew all about 150 years worth of technology that they've had. And we're that far behind compared to what they know. But my point is it's like, there's crazy things out there, man. There's some crazy stuff. And they've just been, railroading every bit of it, to a purpose. And it's just scary.
David Crome says, so why are they building advanced weaponry? They don't need that. They don't need that to kill us. Because they're fucking psychopaths. Okay. They can't just have advancements in technology. It doesn't matter right off the bat. They were the guy when fire was discovered that went, oh, how can I use this to cook my food and warm my home? No. He thought, how can I use this to hurt other people? How can I use this to kill other people? How can I use this to control other people? That's the psychopath. Okay. And unfortunately, we have psychopaths in charge, and you put them there. Every one of us. Okay. Every one of us. And I want to welcome Miss Dreamy Lynn. Elsa.
Oh, there she is. I was just going to say. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I wanted to touch a little bit on what you're saying, Kevin. The other day, I was just looking at some stuff pertaining to this free, quote unquote, energy.
All right.
Do you realize what they're doing in Nevada? They're going to be mining there because they found a load of lithium. And what it's going to do to the landscape there and everything. We need batteries if we're going to be like these electric cars, our solar energy. They keep telling us how free it is. But
here's the thing.
$10,000 for your solar system to run your whole.
No, that's all propaganda.
I have been studying this for a very long time. Don't cut me off, please.
Sorry.
Now, when you're talking about mining for the lithium that we are going to need, because if everybody is going to start taking care of their own energy, which is what they're pushing. I live in Washington State. There isn't a day that doesn't go by that I don't get an advertisement here on YouTube, or more than one, trying to get every homeowner hooked up with solar and paid for by our government. So the reason I'm looking into it is because I will and this next coming year be going off grid in Arizona. So I have been looking into this for a very long time, but the more I look into it, the more I see that some of this stuff is more damaging. Our electric that comes through the grid is actually cleaner power than solar power.
Well, there's like two things. Can I interrupt? Can I say something?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But before I forget, because there's renewable energy, there's generated energy, and then there's advanced, or like what would you call it? Like above the norm, like the 150 years worth of knowledge that they have that they don't release to us, that we don't know about.
Right.
Magnetics are the key. It's all about magnets and copper, because that's what generates an electrical spark and an arc. There's a guy, Gerard Morin, I'll plug him. He's from Vancouver, British Columbia. He has created an over unity generator, and he has been open source and can go make one right now. Right. And you can make this yourself. I swear to gosh, it's so easy. Super simple. All you got to buy is just a few cast parts from China. But I'm just saying, and I'm saying these are things that you, me, Dave, anybody can go get the parts. You buy these machinery, you do this, you buy that, you take this out, you put this in, and it's done with washing machine motors.
Right. I've seen.
And that's the technology, and it is crazy how well it works. We're talking kilowatts. He's got a 10 kilowatt generator that runs off of itself.
Well, see,
sorry.
My issue is not with electricity. That's not my issue. We need batteries to hold this energy so that it can be usable because my knowledge as of yet, they do not have, other than like our nuclear power plants and whatnot. And you have to understand, I grew up in a family. Even though my parents were divorced, my mom worked for the uranium mines in New Mexico, and my grandparents, my mom's parents, and my dad helped build the nuclear power plant in Baghdad, Arizona, and the one at Comanche Peak in Texas. So I have a bit of background in the energy field, but it's all the lithium that's needed, and all this mining and taking property and things like that, and destroying the land. I mean, things, but it's those batteries, and then you have to dispose of that stuff.
Well, what the most
here's the reality of it. Let me just cut in here for a second. The hoax is that coal and oil are not renewable, when in they are. Okay, the Rockefellers started this bullshit about fossil fuels when they tried to create scarcity of it in order to justify the sale and high prices of it. Up until he came along, there'd be pools of oil. People use that shit to just lubricate their wagon wheels, all kinds of shit, right? Light it on fire for torches, what have you.
Cover their babies' bottoms.
And then they come in and they start saying, oh, well, this is a rare thing because it comes from fossils, from dinosaurs. This was around the same time they was really starting to push this fucking dinosaurs and evolution and all this other dumb shit too. Okay. So they are renewable energy sources. Oil fields that they've said, this oil well's gone dry. They come back after a couple of years and it's full back again. So it's like, it's not. It's a natural mineral that happens in the earth.
Right.
Well, the thing about it is the power that needs for anything, whether it's DC power, AC power. I mean, it's all the biggest resource that we have in the world right now is neodymium. And that's because when you coat the ferrite that you've magnetized with neodymium, it makes it an infinite magnet, which means that a magnet is a magnet anywhere in the universe. Its properties to metal, its conductivity, and its reaction to copper is anywhere. So if there's really going to be a Mars rover going to, or a Mars expedition, it's going to be running a magnetic generator.
Dude,
and that's real, and that is real.
And I believe when it
nobody's
comes to
ever
energy,
going to Mars.
gold
I know that.
is better.
You guys would be proud of me. I got to tell you this. This morning I got up and I was reading the SpaceX and watching the SpaceX, and I got shifted over to Twitter, or X now it's called.
Yeah.
Well, I got on there and I read a couple of things that he was, getting a key from the city to somewhere. They showed a video of it or whatever, and I was like, I got down to the bottom of it and I replied to it and hit the comment and I said, "Hey Elon, I'm just curious. I'm wondering how you intend to get past the firmament." Or should I say the Van Allen radiation belt that you like to call it, because that's what they're calling the firmament, is the Van Allen radiation belt. They just don't want to say firmament because that proves Bible. That's a Bible, because it's a Bible thing. But yeah. But I sent him a text and I said, "How are you going to get through the firmament or the Van Allen radiation belt?" And I said, question mark. Just saying.
Yeah, listen, his last attempt was he caused hashtag firmament to trend on Twitter, or X, and I thought that was pretty interesting. It was listen, we've seen kind of like it was already growing, but we've kind of seen a little microburst explosion here in the last couple of weeks, just due to a few of these events, and it's amazing. So keep doing what you're doing, space guys. Keep doing what you're doing. You're not helping your case any, not whatsoever. The more and more people that wake up, and just like we saw that conformity thing, people are less apt when the odds are different. You know what I'm saying? And I'm seeing a lot of polls that we're seeing. I just ran across another one here, so let me see if I can find it.
That's a powerful resource right there now, having instant access. We're across the country from each other and we're taking polls. We're watching polls in our groups, that's pretty cool. That's powerful.
Well, this is interesting too, because a lot of these are going out publicly, and also some of them not even by flat earth or anti-flat earth people or anything else like that. It's just people putting it out there. Hey, I'm hearing a lot about this. What does everybody think? And I'm seeing a high percentage, 36%, 40% in favor.
The Joe Blow people out there that are committed to these things without even knowing it. They add, the smear campaigns and all the things that are going out taking everybody's info, but they all know it. They don't even have a clue what's going on. So everything gets over on them real easy.
This was put out by Caleb. I forget what his last name is. He's on TikTok, and he put this out, and it came out 67.5. Now, that's almost 7,000 votes. But you got to also remember, a lot of people are going to be on, that subscribe to Caleb are going to be flat earthers, right? But that's still, you look at that ratio. Now, I looked at Simon Dan's poll, and it was exactly just the opposite of that. Okay. A little higher for Globe. I think it was higher than that, a little bit higher than that. But for the flat earth, it was higher than 32%, but still staying within ratio and a higher number of votes. So that counts too. So I'm looking at everybody's information, and I'm gauging it by that. And I'm seeing a real close approach to 50% in either side. Whoever does the poll, I'm seeing a real fast approach toward the 50% mark. And that's when it's going to start really fucking going. And I don't think it's going to be long. I really don't think it's going to be long.
Well, I mean, I just wish that we all, I mean, I just hope that we can all like come together on this. Cause I mean, us as a mass of people, when we want to put our foot in it, we need to be able to do that, you know, and somehow we need to be able to do that.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Look, you can't wake people up. Okay. You're never going to wake people up. You can give them information, and what they do with it from there, they have to wake up themselves. You understand?
Yeah.
And people have a tendency to resist pushing at them, as people want to try to push Jesus on somebody, and they mean well, but the person becomes even more resistant because it's being pushed at them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing you got to watch for. We know we all want to help people. We want them to get out of this trance. Absolutely. But they have to do it on their own. All I can do is put those splinters in their mind, those things that are going to keep them awake at night, that are going to go, well, how the fuck could that possibly be? I know that that's impossible. So how is it that this is possible? You know, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
That's the way you do it. And pretty soon you get it to them.
Well, I mean, it's only taken 3 generations, though. It's 3 generations that they've been, you know, negating us, you know, it's taken 3 generations to get into it where we're at now. Now we're going to have 3 more generations to get out of it and still stay alive at the same time.
Now, keep in mind, these guys right here are, they're compensating, of course, for the curvature of the earth, right? Oh, come on, you bastard.
Circle of death. Keeping up foreign relations. It reminds me of Top Gun.
Oh, wait, there's the curve.
Uh-huh. It's because if you look at his shield, or there's his glass around him, it's a dome. Hello. It's a fisheye lens. You're looking at it from the inside of the cockpit. So of course it's going to have curvature. It's a dome. That's badass, Dave. Man, I'd give my next week's paycheck to go do that one time.
Now, now think about that. They were flying just above the water, and that other plane rolled over upside down. Now he's got to compensate for that curvature while he's going along. He's got to compensate for curvature while he's going along upside down. That means he's pulling up on the stick. That means he'd have to be pulling up on the stick, and the other guy that's flying right side up, he's pushing down on the stick the same amount, right?
Yeah,
Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Man.
Have you seen that YouTube video of that guy talking about actually talking about the whole flat earth concept, and he's got some pretty good little caricatures he pulls up with those things.
Oh yeah. Oh, here's that thing that we showed over on Brian's about it. I showed this one, I think, the other night. But this is really good, man. Who else? Oh, you know what I was gonna do? I kept saying I was gonna do, and I didn't do. You know what? I'm a bad host. I was gonna give a shout out to everybody here. It's that I can see in here. I got Angela Baby Carson. I got Brian Stabley from the Dose of Realities in here. DJ Spin, and of course Dreamy. She's up here with me right now. Aaron White. We got Reviews. Rocky Shepherd. Sean Alkey. Sav's Place. Who's that? Oh, that's me, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. We have to be on the backup. We got Kevin C here, and of course, Jehovah's daughter Barbara. Got Sean Alkes in here tonight. Cool. So yeah, what's bad? Bad Sav. I am. Let's see who's over here in Rockfin. Rumble rather. I have 10 people watching over there. Nobody in the chat. Okie dokie. Sounds good. Whatever. But I only recently started streaming over there again because they had some kind of an issue that was pissing me off, and apparently they've kind of fixed it up. We've got 50, looks like 50 watching us right now. That's not bad. For this little old backup channel, not everybody has subscribed to it. If you're just now coming over here and you're not subscribed, please be sure and subscribe. Hit the like button. It helps in the algorithm. We'll get this channel built up real good too, so that we can alternate back and forth if we need to. Ha 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 ha. Part of my evil fucking plan. Who else we got in here? Melissa Mouse has come in here too. Howdy to you too, dear. Valley Parks. Let's see, I got Aaron White I see here too. It wasn't showing up over in the other thing, so I'm looking through this one. All right. And of course, Rocky Shepherd's with us, I see as well. Nifty. Ain't that nifty? So let me see. What was I doing here? I was doing this, but I actually shared the wrong thing. What I want to do is share this so I can bring this up. And
I told you that NPCs are real and they are growing in population. What is an NPC? Well, it stands for a non-player character and put simply refers to beings who don't have souls. Many theorists believe that NPCs are those who refuse to believe in the Matrix or have any sort of open-mindedness when it comes to conspiracy theories and understanding the depth of government control and manipulation. It is also thought that NPCs, in fact, mostly fill the world's population, and they are here to keep us in line. There is a popular study that shows that only 30 to 50% of people within this world have an inner dialogue, and many believe that the 50 to 70% of people who don't have inner dialogue are NPCs. The reason that people think this to be true is because it means that they have no higher awareness to decode information that they are being presented with. This also makes us question their ability to reflect. Without an inner voice, how is someone able to ask themselves why certain things happened or how to learn from a situation? Imagine if there is nothing going on in your mind to be able to think and reflect. It's almost as if it's a computer machine on autopilot.
yeah, I think there's a lot of fucking people on autopilot. So.
If I told you that NPCs are...
Hey, stop. Yeah. So Jared Jaguar was looking for a link to that video. I'm going to put it down in the chat right now. There it is. We'll put it over here in Rumble Bumble as well, in case anybody's watching. All right, good to go. It's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, that is it. It's eye-opening for sure.
Yeah, man. Because I've thought that, man. You know, I see people a lot of times. I'll be, just sitting out somewhere in the public, and I see somebody, and I'll be like, I wonder what that motherfucker's thinking. Because you don't see like any kind of, I don't know, like signs of life or animation to them at all or anything. They're just kind of like, and I wonder, are they actually even thinking, or are they just sitting there waiting to respond to something? I don't know. Is that weird? Oh, I haven't had a chance to check this out. So we're going to check this out together. I'm not really quite sure what this is about. I thought it'd be interesting to do. So there's something about the period of time that this takes to reach its own diameter. Like to move the distance of its own diameter. I'm not really sure what they're trying to show on this, though. If anybody can figure that out, please. Okay, there.
Well, if you looked at it really
Okay,
close,
so the sun diameter, the sun speed, according to the time and date on July 5th, 2016, was 957.6 miles per hour. Sun took 2 minutes 37 seconds to travel its own diameter. 2 minutes and 37 seconds equals 0.0436 hours times 956.6 miles equals 41.75 mile diameter. Oh, that's a I get it. That calculation is showing that the sun's diameter is actually in reality 41.75 miles.
Well,
That's interesting.
also that circle looked like it was a little lower than the other one, seeming to be the same size, creating an illusion. Will you go back to it a little bit?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying now?
Yeah, they just put it. They put it slight so that it followed so that it was following the trajectory of the sun.
Oh, okay.
They put the circles on later.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure they weren't trying to say it's smaller.
No.
All right.
But this is showing how fast they did a calculation based on
it's a distance
on the timeandday.com.
Gotcha.
How fast the sun was actually moving, and thereby calculating from where they were what the actual size of the sun was.
Okay.
And they
gotcha.
came up with 40. What did it say? 45 miles.
41.7.
41.7.
I was listening. I was just at the door because
There it is.
was outside.
Yeah. 41 and almost 42.
So all the lines are signifying is the fact that, okay, they started at one point on the sun, and then it waited to make it go through that one cycle, right?
Well, it's showing how the time period it took to travel its own diameter.
Right.
Its own apparent diameter.
Right. So that was just a visual reference. That was a reference. That's cool, though.
Yeah, I hadn't watched that yet. I wasn't sure what it was actually supposed to be showing.
Yeah, it's by the door, so I was just listening, so that's why I didn't quite understand them circles.
I think I'm going to keep that. I think that's what I'll do. I'm going to keep that. Sounds good. You should keep
That's
that.
Interesting. It took 2 minutes and 47 seconds to move its whole self over.
Yeah, right. Well, it gets going pretty good if you've ever sit out and watched, especially anything like that. The moon, if you zoom in on it, if you've got something on a tripod and you got zoomed in on the moon, you got to keep moving it because the moon keeps moving out of your
right. Yeah,
field
I
of
love
view.
watching the sky. I always have since I was a kid. We were doing cloud painting before we knew Winnie the Pooh existed.
What is this thing? Oh, yeah. That's a cool thing too. I'm trying to. Oh. Fakery Bakery. This is pretty cool. I like this guy. I forget what his name is.
Oh, did you like Lucky's experiment today with the dirt in the pan? I love that.
Oh my God, that dude, he's funny as shit, man.
That was they can't deny it. They can't deny it if they pay attention.
Yeah, that could be Angela, but it's hard to tell. How do we know? We don't even know if what we're seeing is actually real. I mean, as far as the moon and the sun is concerned, man, I don't know. I'm not
I really
convinced.
think they're luminaries. What they're made of, I haven't a clue, but
Energies, I don't know.
yeah.
This guy, I like. He puts out some pretty good shit on TikTok.
The earth is not a ball because the math ain't mathin', and NASA's just a big old fakery bakery, and an SR-71 pilot is about to prove it to you.
We're on our last training mission. We're over Tucson. I can see downtown LA from Tucson. We're at 89,000 feet.
89,000 feet is 27 kilometers, but you know what? I'm going to give you 2 more kilometers and say that we're sitting at 29 kilometers high on Google Earth. I measured from LA to Tucson, and well, it's about 438 miles, and it obviously goes way over the curve here. So I put in the Earth curve calculator, and sure enough, the city of Los Angeles would be hidden under 3,484 feet of curvature.
We're at 89,000 feet. I can see the whole western United States bathed in a warm October fall glow. I can see the chain of Rocky Mountains from Canada to New Mexico.
Watching the Rocky Mountains stretch all the way to Canada is a ridiculous whopping 1,176 miles. And that would be hidden under 433,353 feet of curvature. Flying over Tucson, it goes way beyond the curve in Google Earth. So I set us at 29 kilometers, and I took a look, and I tried to find exactly where we could see on the horizon, and I measured the distance, and the distance ended up being 365 miles. It is exactly where we would see zero hidden behind the curve. But what happens when we go just one more mile at 366 miles? Now it's 0.0561 hidden by Earth's curvature. That is so hilarious that the globe we've been given and the math of 25,000 miles in circumference, the maths with this and the Google Earth that we look at and we can see the observations there, it all adds up, right? But when you send an SR-71 pilot up into the air to make observations, he can see way further than the globe math allows us to see.
Yep.
I have something to say about that. If he's up there, that day, it would have needed to be a clear sky. I can tell you every damn day here up here in the Northwest, we are covered in there are chemtrails and crap, and it's cloud cover, especially by afternoon. So it would have had to been a clear day, coast to coast from New Mexico over, for him to see that far. Just saying.
He was up above all that shit.
Exactly. So how's he seeing through all them clouds if there's clouds? I want to know if the day was cloudy or not. Just saying, because he said, what, 89,000 miles when most planes are, what, 37, 36?
He was at 87,000 miles high.
No,
I know, but you can't see through the clouds,
87,000
can you?
feet.
Oh, 87 feet. Yeah, feet, I mean.
Miles.
Okay, sorry. I thought he said miles. My mistake. But even still, you still need a completely clear day for the whole western part of the United States to do that, and up into Canada. Just saying. You need to be able to have a clear day so you can see without any clouds. But they hit us hard over here on the West Coast.
Well,
that's because they got a whole lot of covering to do. There's a lot of green in between everything over on the west side.
Wow.
Same measure.
I'm sorry.
What the heck was that?
That was funny.
This guy, like, he's measuring the distance. He's got the world's longest tape measure, right?
Oh, he's got trying to measure how far it is.
Same measure.
I'm jealous.
Wow.
My Stanley only goes 26 foot. Dang it!
Got the end of it hooked on the fucking moon. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're not going to see details.
That is hilarious.
I'm jealous of his tape measure. I want a longer one. Mine's only 26 foot. Stanley needs to get on the ball. No pun intended.
Look at this. Here's a U-2 spy plane.
Hey, I got a question, Dave. You were in the military, and you know how to shoot and range and all that. Mm-hmm. Doesn't a range finder, won't that true point to the distance for the moon and the luminaries? I mean, isn't that assault?
It doesn't have that powerful of a range on it.
Yeah. Well, You don't think they can make one?
They kind of work, the newer ones kind of work the same as like one of those laser tape measures works.
Yeah.
Where it bounces, right?
Yeah. It's a reflective signal. Yeah.
It's touchy, man. Mine, you got to put it like on something stable, because you try to pin it onto one thing and you'll keep getting different readings because you just got this little bit of movement with your own, heartbeat and shit, and it keeps taking it off of the fucking target. So when you get
because it is a laser. Yeah.
Hey, Sovereign, using radio. So, that they're near Heber up on the mountain. They have those big radar dishes. They've been up there since I was a little bitty kid. I don't know whenever they first got put up there, but do you reckon that's what they claim they were for, talking to outer space, right? But do you reckon those are what they have? Because I know those aren't the only ones that exist, but those could be ones that will reach further for like a general area to help with the radio waves and things like that they're using.
I don't know, man. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know
what I'm talking about.
Those like those SETI. Are you talking about SETI or?
Let me Google it right.
Or the radio telescopes, or I don't know.
No, they're big radio. It's a big radar station.
You're probably using it to fuck with the weather.
They've been there since I was a little kid.
No, it's definitely not HARP.
That's old hat. That's old shit. They got bigger or much better things, more convenient than HARP now. I'm pretty sure they've got mobile devices now.
The big master earthquake maker is in Antarctica.
Wow. Where'd you get that?
YouTube.
Yeah, but who said that there was shit down there, that they had an earthquake machine down there?
It was a headline that I read. It was some guy the whistleblower.
Mm-hmm. He's still alive, and he's still talking to people, and he was able to talk to several people about this supposed top secret shit.
Yeah.
And let's keep in mind, nobody even makes it to the fucking courthouse to whistleblow or testify on the Clintons, right?
Right.
They always end up unaliving themselves in bizarre fashions, right?
Right.
So the fact that this guy was allowed to freely go out and nobody has bothered to censor the information at all.
Right. Yeah, you can't even say fart on YouTube.
So, yeah, they want you to think that they have a fucking earthquake machine in Antarctica. That's what they want you to think, that all this shit that they have. It's more of their fucking fear porn shit. That's all it is.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, I already know, that it could be bullshit. I've never been to Antarctica, so I can't say that it is or isn't, but it was just funny that, seeing that there, and it's like, yeah, whatever. It's not too outlandish, but it's not, I mean, it just seems too much.
Now y'all quit picking on poor Joe. Everybody in the chat's over here picking on poor fucking Joe, but I'm not in disagreement at all, but come on now, man's not even here. But he knows the channel. And if he subscribed and hit the bell, he knows that we're on here tonight. But yeah, I went on Flow State the other night. Did you see that, Dreamy? Did you go on? You were
I was listening in the background. Yeah, I did a little bit, not a lot, because but I did catch quite a bit.
That dude, man, that's all he can do is yell.
Well, after the other night, I'm not going to show anybody respect, give too much my energy whenever they outright say, I'm only here to troll you. I'm only here to disrupt you. And he said that several times, that he was just doing it because it's what he likes to do. He's not here to learn. He's not here to add to or to ask questions. So to me, somebody that's just here to troll,
Yeah, fuck him.
disrupt, he's bringing everybody's energy down, makes everybody frustrated. I
Man,
had a stroke due to stress.
what
when I
if
was
we had
29.
him? We should get him and Nick Bolt on here.
Oh
at the
my
same
gosh.
time.
Do you want me to pull out all my hair? Go around bald headed?
Oh, come on, man. You can handle that.
Oh my gosh. But the thing is they're
We'll
both
bring
here.
Ruhif. We'll bring Ruhif with him. Or
Oh my gosh.
McToon.
I'm going to turn off my internet.
We have
No.
Joe Cool, McToon, and
Fellatio
Nick
Phil.
Bolt.
Fellatio
Well,
Phil.
when we were talking and I brought up, because he's a cop watcher, and I brought that up, he don't like people running down what he knows, right? Or what his kind of expert little niche is in helping the community. Why would he disrupt somebody else that's trying to help this community?
Well, they don't see it as that. People are programmed to see this as insane and now even dangerous. Did you see where I showed that news clip where they were talking about how the spread of this, people coming to flat Earth, could become a dangerous political issue? It's
Well, yes.
I was like, how in the fuck can that become a political issue, man?
The only reason they're making it a political issue is because it creates more divide. You know,
oh God, no, Barbara.
We don't have.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, not one of us has all the information. So when we start putting down somebody because they have some things wrong, but yet other things they've got right, we're all in a different place, you know, and what we're learning or what we've changed our mind. I've gone through my life many times changing my mind. I used to believe this way. Now I believe this way. Why? Because I learned more about the topic. I'm shocked because I actually, you know, I mean, I like the law and stuff like that. And this is a republic, right? And it's Plato, right? Was it Plato? Yeah. You should listen to that book. Oh my gosh, you would be shocked in what it actually says in the system of the republic and how they designed it. I mean, it's a book I think and I just listened to it, so it's not like something I knew back then. But I used to think that the republic was a good thing. None of it's a good thing.
No, man. I don't
None
want
of it.
Fuckers running me for nothing. Hell with
None
that
of it. It's all to enslave, every damn bit of it.
I blew their mind. Greg Locke, get Greg Locke too. Barbara says, no, actually, I went down on it, and we had personal property tax here in Virginia, and so I had to pay mine. And I went down to the county, and I gave them my money and shit, and the woman took it and stamped my little paper and shit. And I looked at her. I says, "Do you realize that what we just did is illegal?" And she goes, "What?" And I said, "What we just did was illegal." And she goes, "You giving me money is illegal?" I says, "No, I didn't give you money. Okay. I paid a debt with debt. That's illegal."
Yep. And usury is also illegal. And when you're paying a tax, you're paying a use fee. It's not sales tax, it's a use fee.
It's theft.
Yes, it's theft.
It's all theft.
Yes.
I saw this cool. I saw this. Oh yeah, no, it's a. Does that just play? It's oh yeah, I ain't gonna do that. It's got music to it. Never mind. Silent Lucidity by Queensryche.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful of these fuckers. They'll try to nail you at every fucking turn, no matter what, man. So I guess the Army-Navy game. This is kind of funny. The Army-Navy gang broke out into a massive "fuck Joe Biden" chant, which I think is kind of funny. I know it's part of the show, but goddamn, it's funny as hell. Come on.
Well, if things are going the way I think they're going with who's running the Navy now, because that's under Postal, and that's all under Russell J. Gould, I can see why they're doing that. They ain't run by the United States anymore. The United States is dead in the water with that third and final bankruptcy. And that's what a lot of people in America, they keep thinking these people are their authority. They're not. Homeland Security and FEMA took over after the country went bankrupt. That's why I say, there's so many of us don't know, I mean, I'm nosy, so I kind of stick my nose in all kinds of stuff, but that's something everybody needs to realize. There is no authority right now. Not over us, not the ones claiming it. But people keep giving it to them.
I found a video that you made on Twitter. I did.
I say that they are weaponizing stupidity, and people have
sunk to such Roseanne.
a level that they can't handle satire, because satire is when you take two disparate subjects and bring them together to defamiliarize reality, such as a poet does with words. Defamiliarize reality, and they cannot hold two disparate ideas in their head at the same time, because they're fed bullshit 24/7 over the media. And I'm about to go crazy sitting here on the earphone hearing the stuff you all are saying about the Ukraine. I'm from the Ukraine. I don't know if you know this, but there's a large amount of Nazis in the Ukraine, and they actually killed my whole family. They marched my entire family, grandmothers, great-grandparents, 10 siblings out into the forest and buried them alive in the Ukraine. So I don't understand why everybody's Ukraine. Well, I do understand, and that's also what terrifies me. People better wake up and do some research on their own instead of buying what comes across on the screen. And I try to shake them up, Pierce. You're goddamn right I do. I try to shake them up and crack their mind control programming. I do it for God.
Here's, Roseanne, what I would say to that. I don't agree with you about a lot of the stuff you said about Ukraine. I know what you said, and you're perfectly entitled to your views. I would say in relation to the suggestion that they're all a bunch of Nazis.
You haven't seen the swastikas on those soldiers' arms.
The
It's in the
President Zelensky
news.
himself is Jewish, so obviously he is de facto not a Nazi.
I know, but he's not a good one. Are all Jews the same? For God's sake, talk about anti-Semitic. Just because the guy's a Jew doesn't mean he likes Jews or that he's doing anything good for the Jews. I mean, so what? Who cares what anybody is? That was the whole point of my tweet. Just because they're skin folk don't mean they're kin folk. You know what I mean? Just because they're the same color as you don't mean they ain't trying to lock your ass up. Wake up, people. Snap out of it.
Gotta love the truth. Gotta love that lady. She's mousy, and I just love it because she says what she thinks.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And I'm right along with her, because I don't give a damn what you believe, what clubs you're in, not in, whatever. Do your own damn thing. But when it comes to how we treat each other, that's all that effing matters. Period. Across the board. How do I treat you? How do I treat Kevin or anybody in the, that you meet on the streets, in the chats, whatever. That's what counts at the end of the day. How did you treat the people that crossed your path?
When you see something like this, you have a tendency, of course, we have a tendency, we're going to laugh, right?
Right.
But in reality, this is as tragic as one of those starving kids, man. This is just as tragic. This guy, inside of this guy's mind is so much fear, so much bullshit that's not
Right.
real. And he exhibits it right here. He's got wearing a glove, I guess, so he doesn't touch parasites or something.
Right.
And got his
Right.
little face thing
Muzzle
going on
on.
here. And of course, the big NASA t-shirt, and he's obese. I mean, this is like, holy cow, this is what they want. This is what they're making. This is what they want to make everybody be like that. And I feel really bad for that guy right there. I really do.
Right, because he has multiple problems. He's got a NASA shirt on, a mask on, and he's really overweight. So that means he's probably very unhealthy.
Yes.
He's got lots of issues. And that's just in one picture, and I haven't even spoke to the man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's like, and think about how much different things could be for that man had his head not been filled full of lies and he been tricked into trusting these authoritative figures.
Right.
And
And
I mean, wow.
by now, how is it that the people like that are not realizing that when you concentrate by breathing through one of those apparatuses, you've concentrated it all and trapped it in that fabric like a filter. So now it's way closer to your lungs and your health.
Yep. Have you are you familiar? There's a show that is on. It kind of came out of nowhere, and the people on it came from Fox, but it's called Redacted, and it's on YouTube.
Oh, I've seen bits of it, but that's kind of like master manipulation on a level that's a little higher above than Fox News, if you know what I mean. I mean, not all the information's bad,
Right.
but you better have your discernment hat on, oil around it and everything, just to make sure you don't fall, because they slip in little things that most people don't catch.
Yep. Every so often, I'll catch it because I like to see the angle they put on different topics. But one of the things is because they're on here and then they break off and go to Rumble a lot of times, because they do talk about some issues that are not allowed on YouTube, and I can at least respect that regardless of what their views are.
Well, if they ain't master manipulators, they're mistaken on a few things. So I am subscribed to them.
Yeah,
I believe, but I am very careful what I listen to. And
there's a backstory between Clayton and Natalie that a lot of people aren't aware of. I'm not really going to get into it here, but well, I kind of can. He was messing around with her, the woman he's with now, while he was still married to his previous wife.
Yeah, see, I find that very distasteful.
They got caught up in some kind of a real estate scam, where I'm not sure exactly what it was, but something about selling turnkey properties, but then it was just empty lots, shit like that. I don't know. So anyway, that's why they live in Australia.
It's kind of like the other dude. What's his name from Fox? It got kicked out or whatever.
Tucker.
Yeah. See, I mean, maybe it's just my skepticism there, or whatever you want to call it, but something about all that didn't sit right. Because see, when you got people that won't listen and they're starting to call you lamestream news and everything, you're going to have to come up with another strategy. Well, over here you got Tucker, and everybody's in love with Tucker.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can scoop him up, set him over here, put him in a little niche by himself. And the whole damn time, it's the same shit show.
Well, it's just like I've said before, the best way to control the opposition is to be the opposition, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but anyway, he does get this girl. I don't know, man. Have you ever heard of Whitney Webb?
No, not that I know
Oh my
of.
God, this girl comes up with what a researcher and digger of information this one is, man. And I always find everything she puts out and she backs up everything she puts out. So reason I'm showing this clip is because this is rather telling.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make me a sandwich too.
So an Israeli intelligence guy forms this company and says, we're going to take care of American hospitals, dams, water infrastructure.
Dams come later, but it was first health infrastructure. And they partnered with CISA, that's supposed to protect critical structure, including election infrastructure, but also things like water systems, the power grid, all sorts of things like that, as well as hospitals. And beyond that, it's not just hospitals anymore. As you mentioned, it's expand to dams, it's expand to water systems, and also nuclear reactors in the United States. So you have a foreign intelligence founded nonprofit being offered access to all of these critical systems in the United States.
How is this being allowed? I mean, we know the deep connections between Israel and the United States. This goes deeper than that. So an Israeli intelligence guy forms this company and says, we're going to take care of American hospitals, dams, water infrastructure.
Dams come later, but it was first health infrastructure. And they partnered with CISA, that's supposed to protect critical structure, including election infrastructure, but also things like water systems, the power grid, all sorts of things like that, as well as hospitals. And beyond that, it's not just hospitals anymore. As you mentioned, it's expand to dams, it's expand to water systems, and also nuclear reactors in the United States. So you have a foreign intelligence founded
Sorry about that. It's better twice. Okay. It's twice as good that way. Took me a minute longer than what I thought it was going to. Is everybody still there, or did I lose y'all?
I'm still
Yeah,
here.
we're still here.
But yeah, I do think when you can back things up, and yes, Israel is very much behind it. Not just the United States, Canada, England, everything, because that's where the Pope's.
Well, yeah, there's no difference, man. It's all just different labels on various farms, all part of the same fucking farming project,
they're
man.
Territories.
Yeah, right.
Meaning land, right? Tories, you know, they're because if you go back to India, and I learned a little bit this from a friend of mine, he lives in India, and he was telling me a little bit about their history, and I can't remember, but anyways, England and this other king, the king over there, or queens, whatever. Anyways, there was warring in India, and then finally they decided instead of just warring, they would divide it in half, and this kingdom got this half, and the other kingdom got the other half. And when you start learning those kind of things, you know, it starts making more and more sense. They were just dividing up the pie.
Wasn't that how they got Pakistan?
Yeah, that's how they get all these countries. They just divide them up. Oh, well, if we go war over here, you can have this section, we'll take this section. We won't fuss and fight no more. But now when it comes to the Pope, he was in Spain, and he's the one that took over the Americas, north and south. And then that ended up, the Spaniards left the United States and Canada and went back to Mexico, right? So they were divvying it all up behind everybody's back, but he was keeping control.
Well, look at the Balfour Declaration, right?
I'm sorry, that's one document I haven't read.
Oh my God!
Lots, but that's one I haven't read. Sorry.
So the Turks were in Palestine as part of the Ottoman Empire, and the British ran them out of there during World War I and kept it, and then just basically gave it to Lord Rothschild. Yep.
Do we know if those Rothschilds or the Papa Rothschild, I'm just going to call him Papa Rothschild, were they priests, or does anybody know? Were they, what's their background? I'm just curious.
Jewish.
Jewish.
Bayer was their original name.
Well,
Changed it.
a Jew's a Jew, but
right, they
when you
changed it
add
to
the
Ross.
ish to it, that changes it. It's kind of like bluish, greenish, yellowish,
Right.
whitish, brownish.
Right. Okay, so
You added some kind of monkey business in there.
Yeah. They changed the name to Red Shield, which after their sign, which was a red hexagram, a red Star of David, Star of Raphaim, outside of his bank. And it was his family business. Okay. So there's that's where they come from. And so no, they're not Catholic, they're not Christian by any means. The original family did practice a Kabbalistic form of Judaism, and
Well, Israel
to
doesn't
this
belong
day.
to the Jews. It belong. The Pope rules Israel. Period. They did a ceremony back in the late 40s, early 50s. There was after they became a state, after Israel became a state, and the Pope was there, and they did the drinking out of the goblet and passing it around and crap up there in that their little chambers. And he's the one that gave out the directives. So I've known that for a long time. Ain't nobody changed my mind. I dug into that one, and I was like, yeah, makes sense, because the church runs all these countries, even England. Everyone says that King George had a silent partnership with the United States, but actually it was on behalf of the Pope, not King George, because even the royal family in England doesn't control no more than the royal family in India controls.
Nope.
So
well, you want to know who really controls?
You have to look for the head of the snake, your adversary, and you find out a lot more if you read papal bulls and stuff, because I don't like to just go and listen to hearsay. I kind of like, when I hear something, I start going and looking for information that, is in, that horse's mouth, so to speak. Not, like if it's a government, they're saying, oh, this is a law. You go and read that law in the government. You don't go over here and ask, oh, Billy Joe out here slopping the pigs, what does this law mean? You know what I mean? Because he may just not know nothing and give you some cockamamie thing that pops into his head on the spur of the moment.
So here's who's really in charge, Dreamy.
Hi, Hi, we're the Illuminati. Hi.
Hello. Hi. So we heard about your big special. We are very excited.
Yeah, thanks. Me too. Yeah, but before you can do a special on a major cable network, we're going to need you to sign some things.
Okay, sounds good. We're also going to need you to swear a blood oath to us and our cause. And if you violate this oath, we're going to murder you and everyone that you love.
Got it. Great. You'll also need to pledge your soul to Baphomet. He's this god that we all worship.
Okay. He looks pretty cool. He's like a crazy goat man kind of thing.
Now, we will need you to include some of our messaging in your program.
Oh, okay. So you mean like there's going to be a commercial sponsor or something?
No, nothing tacky like that. No, we just want you to have some, self-destructive themes. Like we use a lot of hip-hop artists to glorify violence and drugs, pop stars to push materialism, country acts to instill suspicion of education.
Oh, okay. That sounds cool.
We'll also need to film you in a lewd act with a minor to use as blackmail if you ever think of telling anyone about anything that happened here today.
Now, could I self-tape that, or is that something that you'd want me to shoot here? We'd like you to do that here.
Yeah. Well, finally, we're going to need a suicide note in your own handwriting, just in case things get crazy.
I actually might have an old one on me. I'm sort of a pack rat.
I think we're good. Trevor, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah. Who killed Kennedy?
A French sniper, but it was set up by Lyndon Johnson.
Right. Sorry, that was a stupid question. Are aliens real?
Aliens are real.
What are they like?
Some are very cool. Some are kind of shitty. We're pretty tight with the shitty ones.
Is anything else? Anything at all?
Yeah, I forgot my federal ID number. Is it okay if I just leave that blank?
Yeah, we can fill that in.
Great. I think that's it for me.
Trevor, we're all looking forward to working with you.
Yeah, me too. And remember, just have fun with this thing.
But don't ever cross us, because if you do, well, we've implanted a small explosive device in your heart.
So you reckon it goes down something like that, man? That's my mind. What we got going on here?
Hi, we're...
No, don't do it again. Oh my God.
That's pretty much the way it is, Sovereign.
I think it is.
Yep, I'll scratch your back. You scratch my back. Don't tell on me. I won't tell on you. Good old boys club. It's pretty well known around this country.
I wanted to show this to Joe so bad last night and I couldn't find it.
If you thought that this was how we move through our solar system, you'd be wrong. In reality, it looks a lot more like this. The Earth moving around the sun in a corkscrew shape, and the rest of the planets are doing the same. How is this possible? Well, for one, our entire solar system rotates around our Milky Way galaxy at an insane 220 kilometers per second. Not only that, our entire solar system plane is tilted forward about 60 degrees in reference to our galaxy's plane. And when you trace out all of that movement, you can see our planet spiraling through space in beautifully organized chaos. So if you think about it, Earth is not only our planet, but it's also kind of a spaceship. If you thought that this was how we move through our solar system, you'd be wrong. In reality,
anyway, that's the end of that fucking thing. But I mean, really?
That's garbage.
Really? That's what you have to believe. He said that's not what our people believe. And I'm like, yeah.
If I had a plate of water and I tipped it sideways, all my water would run off my plate.
Of course, I spinning it around too.
I know. That's what I don't get. People can fill a bowl with water and start spinning it and ask themselves, where the hell did all the water go, and see it right before their eyes. But they can't make sense of it. That's how brainwashed they are. That's how strong this indoctrination is. It's that freaking strong that they can't even believe their own eyeballs.
I'm getting really sick of seeing all this fucking Israel bullshit going down, man. And you know what? I think for the first time in my life, at least, I'm seeing a majority of people going, hey, man, fuck this shit Israel's doing, man. We're not down with this. We're not down with this at all, you know? And a lot of people calling for them to knock that shit off. And then consequently, once again, this is something that I see happen all throughout history as they push until the pushback comes, and it's devastating every time. You know,
what's really sad is the fact that people are so willing to accept a paycheck to go over there and to be there and join up and go and kill their people. They don't never hurt them. You know, these aren't thugs on the street or criminals. These are just family, just people. And I'm not talking about one side or the other. I'm just talking about either side. It don't matter what side you're on. You're hired, you're bribed, you're going, oh, we'll give you some of this cash for your time and energy and your life.
Well, you know, it goes like this, Dreamy. It's that consensus, like I was showing in that video with that go along with the mass consensus, right? Yeah. And so consequently, we got a lot of people here in America. They go, you know, Christians for Israel. We're Christians for Israel. We want to help the Israelis in their plight and all this, right? Let me just give you an example of, and I've had John Thomas on here. He's been to Israel as a Christian. He can tell you how you are treated. But check this out.
We are a little community here. We get spit on every day. Wearing a cross, you will get spit on in this neighborhood. You will get into fist fights. And
who's spitting on you?
the Jews, of course, the Orthodox Jews. They are raised in their schools how to hate the Christians.
So what happened with the parking lot? What happened exactly?
The parking lot got sold to a Jewish company.
By the patriarch?
By 3 people. Usually they combined, 3 signatures, and they sold the land, they sold the land where we park. The existence of the school, it will be no longer a school if we lose its parking lot, because as a parent, and you're dropping your kid and you get a ticket or you don't have a parking lot, it's not suitable, to bring your kid to somewhere you cannot park, or it's going to be hazard for your kid or for the safety of your kids. So this is the country that all the prophets came from, Moses, and we want to live in peace. We don't want to be abused and suffered, and our kids to suffer, because we don't see any future in Jerusalem.
I've got other ones too, where they show like a guy, he's not one of them, of course, and he's just even asking questions. And
But
they
the
like
thing
start
is
crowding, they start crowding around him and wanting to kick him out, the neighborhood.
But the thing is, as a Christian, say, turn the other cheek, turn the other cheek.
Yeah.
And then they throw these big parties. I've been to some myself, where families were invited over, since I was a kid growing up, and even in my adult life, their sons or daughters are going to the military. So they have these big going away parties. And they're so proud of them, and everybody's shaking hands and patting them on the back.
Oh.
Why are you sending your kids to slaughter? Did they not read the Bible?
No,
Or
well,
did they
no,
rip
they'll
those
find.
pages out and throw them away?
Yeah, they just go by whatever the 501c3 guy at the front of the church tells them.
I know.
And he'll cherry pick a couple of choice scripture lines and interpret them to mean that people need to go off and die in war. That's what they do every time. I mean, think about this. They have a chaplain that prays with the soldiers before they go into battle to go kill other men. So that they can kill other men but not be killed, because somehow their endeavor is favored by the Lord.
And why is the church contracting with them evil spirits?
I know.
Just saying. I have a problem with all them fanatics.
I do.
Them heathens. They call me a heathen. Well, I ain't done half the shit they done.
So I think this is from China. They're not up to speed with our latest CGI techniques, I don't believe.
云还是浪？白色的是云还是浪？哦，这
Oh, come on, you.
这里是王亚平建议他们来一个最美后拍，对，还有合影哈。谁的影子在翻版上呢？谁的影子在翻版上？这应该是谁的影子？
顺着脚底下往下一看，我的天，这家伙太深了，老远了，这生见底呀！啊，我得可得抓住啊！再一松手，人就没了。一看这飞船也是悬空的，一看地球也在天上，无依无靠啊！看着地球真不安全，看地球真飘晃。
哇，这景象太美丽了！我们现在看到地球上，你都分不清是云还是浪。哦，这里是王亚平建议他们来一个最美后拍。合影，这个图像太棒了，我觉得这可以当做一个大片了啊！
综合报告：全景摄像机 A 工作正常，完毕。全景摄像机 A 工作正常，先合。先跟比赛。
神舟13号，本次出舱活动舱外操作已全部完成，为你们的密切配合和完美表现点赞。谢谢大家。
That's fucking NASA's miles ahead of them, and their shit sucks. Holy crap. You got to be shitting me. Oh, this is pretty cool too. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but I'm smoking some papaya. That's right. Have you ever heard of Cologne Cathedral, Dreamy?
Not that right off the top of my head.
It is. I'm sure once you see it, you'll recognize. I know you've seen photographs. This place, I've seen it in person. This thing is fucking incredible. It's in Germany, Cologne, Germany. And this is like just a quick flyover of it. Isn't that crazy how it's in the shape of a cross too? Isn't that interesting? Well, watch this. This is crazy. This thing, how did they build this, man?
Like everything else, one brick at a time.
Yeah, but look at this, man. This is yeah, that's in Cologne, Germany. And who knows, there might be more underneath.
You know, I watch a lot of stuff about old world stuff, ancient stuff, old architecture, things like that. And the more and more I think about that, the more I come to the conclusion that, all right, we're just going to take biblical record, okay? God created the heavens and the earth, right?
Okay.
And so then Adam and Eve had access to everything they built, right? Everything they had access to. I don't believe in us being cavemen. I'm sorry, I don't believe in us being cavemen out there hunting an elk and roasting the whole thing over the fire and yanking off a leg and sitting down and eating it like a bunch of pigs. Okay,
No, hold on a minute.
Don't buy that narrative.
Hang on just a minute now.
But imagine if God and the host of heaven had created this beautiful place because there was plenty of food and animals and life and abundance. And then, right, they left because of man's whatever causing the problems and eating from and doing something they weren't supposed to do, whatever it might have been. We were told it was because Eve ate an apple. We don't know that, but we'll take that little narrative. So I would imagine, based on what we see in nature itself and how incredible that it is, that they could have built these same incredible buildings that create music and do all this other stuff, these cathedrals and what have you. And when they left, maybe some of it was destroyed because of the flood, earthquakes, whatever. We know what happened. We know stuff gets destroyed. So I'm just going by, natural weather events, history, that kind of thing. But those things could have been part of all that.
Right.
I mean, it's not, I don't know for fact. I'm just thinking, if they were living on this earth in harmony and everything and creating this place, they would have had beautiful places to live, right? In my Father's house are many mansions, right? Isn't that what the Bible says? So I'm just taking a little bit of their biblical text and thinking, that would have meant beautiful cathedrals with amazing sound and architecture that, we're not seeing these days. Matter of fact, every day they build a new building, the government does, the more and more they just look like jail cells or prisons.
Right. They're ugly. We're going by a whole different type of technology with shit today. I mean, some of it's awesome. Like, dig this as a crankcase of this is the open crankcase with huge crankshaft of a ship's engine. And there's people in here working on this. This is freaking crazy, man. Look how you see those people. Watch this.
Wow, what's that for? A
That's
ship?
a crankcase for their ships.
I
And
get. Okay, yeah, I know what a crankcase looks like. I took auto mechanics. I helped my dad. That was one of the things that I did enjoy doing, was helping him
look how huge
rebuild
those
our
things are.
motors. But yeah, that's crazy.
The size of their fucking chain.
That's a timing chain. Holy Pete, you could live down in there.
I know, right? Look at, there's a guy down inside there polishing that shit up. That's fucking crazy, man. You look and see how small those people are compared to that. They look like how ants would look on your engine of your car.
And I wonder what these globies think. This is gonna. How is it gonna slide down the side of the earth without falling off? Just saying. You have to be retarded to believe you live on a ball, especially when you see something that massive.
I know, right? I know.
I mean,
That thing, yeah. Listen, they're so desperate to keep that fucking thing alive, and it's dying by the day. I get these notifications on my phone. I set it up through the Flat Earth app, right? And every time somebody downloads that app, every time somebody goes on that friend finder,
yeah.
and okay, I get a little notification. It goes pop like that on my phone.
Right.
And it's funny because I go, oh, another flat earther got their wings.
Well, I mean, if you've ever held a piston in your hand, you know that sucker's heavy. So
What was
you
you
can
holding
just
in your hand?
imagine, if you can just imagine, one for an engine that big, that's huge. Yeah, right.
That's a monster. So that would be like a monster crank then, right? Oh,
Hell yes.
Something I found here, I don't know what this is. It says something about that the Pope was calling Lucifer God and the Father of Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is crazy. Let me check this out. Let's see what this is about. This is
with great pomp, fanfare, and ceremony. Pope Francis, the head of the Jesuit order, announced through his cantor the imminent emergence, the near advent of the coming to light of the Antichrist.
Lamaseus, Lucifer matutimus indeniat, ille inquam Lucifer qui nescito caso, Christus filius tuus, qui regressus ab inferis, humano generis serenus illuxit, et te convivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum.
During this pronouncement, the cantor called Lucifer God, claiming Lucifer to be the father of Jesus Christ. The cantor acknowledged Lucifer as the Antichrist himself and worshipped him. To this, a great crowd and the whole world sang. This was the 3D ceremony that the Pope wanted to be seen worldwide. The announcement to the world, the son of perdition, this way comes.
Nox illuminatio mea, supernis luminaribus misceatur. Lamaseus, Lucifer matutimus indeniat, ille inquam Lucifer qui nescito caso.
what's up with that evil fuck?
Okay. Well,
with great pomp.
With what I know, what I researched, I should say, what I researched and learned through researching. Back in those days, God, king, whoever, right, which most of the priests, because look at our judicial system, that black robe stands for a priest. Okay.
Mhm.
So the church governs our laws. And so in order to have a deity, either a lesser deity or a higher one, they had gods and then the demigods, right?
Mhm.
Jesus would have been a demigod. Now, my understanding is if a king took a wife that was a princess of somebody, say a prince takes another king's daughter, then that's a royal, or that's king and queen material.
Mhm.
When you have a god king and he is with a commoner, then you have that half god, half man, like Hercules and Jesus and
Mhm.
these others. So my understanding in that is that's how you get these. And it's just because it still takes a man and a woman. It doesn't matter what their title is to create a child, but they are going by hierarchy and their places in, who's the ruler, who's not the ruler.
Mhm. Well, and who really thinks that they have a right to rule over any fucking body? Yeah, I mean, the only real way that they can do that is if they convince you. The only way they can do that is if they convince you to go along with it. And let's face it, they can convince people to go along with anything. They got people convinced to go along with playing pretend with people who are not what they think they are. You got kids in school pretending that they're fucking farm animals and cats and dogs and shit, and people pretending to go along with it. Well, that's how it starts, man.
Yeah. Well, see, back before, when it was still just like villages and stuff like that, and there was really no hierarchies other than, family, the eldest and the elder of the family were, the ones that kind of kept the family together and things, orderly,
Right.
So there wasn't this, outside authority. It was all family based. And that created a nation. Well, whenever they started deciding they wanted to take, they would have like a gang.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the gang members that's hung back. Those were the leaders. And they would send the other ones into a village, a family, and they would take over and go through there and damage property, steal food, stuff that they wanted and everything. And then they would have the other group would come along down the path, and they would be very wary of them, and they'd act all nice, like, what's the matter? What's going on? Why are you afraid? Do you have where we can get trade you this for a loaf of bread or whatever? They'd act all kind and nice.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't write this history. I just read it.
Right.
So then they would take and they would tell that town, well, look, we're really strong and, we can take care of you. And if you recall back in history, the kings were also on the front lines. They weren't just all hanging out in the back of the line somewhere staying safe, right? But they would come in to save the day, and look, we'll fight for you. If you don't mind providing us with some clothes, shelter, and some food, we'll take care of the brute force for you, right? That's how they tricked and trapped.
Well, sure. Even by employing the people that came in and attacked the village so that they could protect them from it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. 100%. They were the part of the same group, but they just put on nicer clothing and didn't go in and so they wouldn't be recognized when they came in to take over the village.
Right.
And then by spreading out and taking over more and more of the little nations, which are the little families, you know, that could be a group of families, you know, that decided to hang out together and garden and whatnot. But the nations, you know, were families.
Right.
Bible says that Abraham was the father of many nations because he had children and they had children and they had children. So a nation was a family.
So you want to see something funny?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking Leanne's going to maybe make these and sell them, and I might have them up for sale soon. So I'm going to put you guys backstage just for a second, or off screen just for a second.
That's fine.
Put my stuff up so I can show this. This, and she's going to have a little label on it. This, believe it or not, is a bag of dicks. And you can get one of these, and somebody you tell to go eat a bag of dicks. This is a bag of dicks. Now let me open it up and show you. This is indeed a bag.
Your wife is clever.
As you can see, inside are not just one, not just two, but three dicks come in a bag. Okay. Colors are optional. Of course, we can only get 2 black ones. We can only get 2 brown ones in this bag for 3 white ones. So keep that in mind. Because the brown yarn's thicker. You guys, oh my God.
She could take time if she gets those little lollipop sucker dicks from the whatchamacallit store. She could probably buy a whole box online.
Oh my God, I know. I thought that was so funny. I looked over, I didn't even know what she was doing. She's always sitting over on the other couch with her yarn and her shit and her little patterns and all her stuff. You know, she's all the time looking. I look over there, she's making some kind of apron or a shirt or some other shit. So I don't really pay any attention to it. And she goes, there, I'm done. And I goes, with what? She goes, she held this up. And I said, what is it? She goes, it's a bag of dicks. And she showed me. I was like, oh my God, you gotta be fucking kidding me. She goes,
oh, what a genius idea.
So I thought that was kind of cool.
That is.
It'd be even cooler. You put little eyes on them, put little googly eyes on them. You know?
Yeah, right on the balls. That's their nose, like Pinocchio.
Right. So listen, there's been a problem of late, and this video kind of exemplifies it. And I'm not the only one, but like Brian Stavely and myself and others have been getting death threats. Not death threats, death threats. Check this out.
What's the matter? I've been getting death threats.
You mean death threats?
Not this time.
You undone me! You undone me on your wedding on! Fine!
What's the matter?
Well, every time, just like YouTube, they gave you a death threat, right?
Yeah, right.
When they unplugged you for a couple of weeks, putting you in a timeout.
That is horrible.
Is that terrible?
That is horrible.
Yeah, that's funny.
I was like, what? What is this? When I saw it, I just laughed. I just started laughing my ass off. I couldn't believe it.
That's hilarious. Good look.
Oh, this is a good one. I found this today too. This is pretty good. For all those people who wore a mask while driving alone, the new outdoor seat belt is now available. Only $9.95. I bet you could sell that if you made a mandate.
Oh my God. Hell, that is so awesome. Put a water bottle on it and shit.
Yeah,
man. That's funny.
Oh, you gotta have, you gotta be safe, right? So yeah, this was this thing I found too, and I've said this before. You remember how I've said, see, I think there's some kind of there's something involved maybe with the sizes we're given to these planets, distances, and they might be ratios encoded to some kind of an alchemic formula, because each one of the planets each actually represents one of the different noble metals, right? I don't know if many of you know that or not. For instance, the sun is actually representative. That's what they use to represent gold. Silver is represented by the moon. I think Saturn is represented by lead. But I got this little gem here that kind of goes into that just a little bit real quick.
The planets are not spinning balls in space. They are lights within the firmament. 7 planets give you the 7 days of the week. The Sunday for the sun, Saturday for Saturn, Monday for moon. The physical world is made out of low vibrating light. 7 metals are the 7 planets. When the light of the 7 planets materialize, they give you the 7 metals. This is why they have the same symbol. They are actually 7 cosmic energetic bodies which influence our consciousness directly. All religions can trace back to the worship of the stars and the planets. The Jewish 7-branched candlestick are the 7 planets. The 7 archangels in the book of Enoch are the 7 planets. Revelation 1:12, the 7 stars are the 7 angels of the churches. Elohim is plural. And in the Bible, it says, then the Elohim said, let us make humans in our image after our likeness. We are made in the image of the stars and the 7 planets. They are not planets. They are 7 cosmic energies that give us the understanding and the ability to function in this reality. Job 38:32, can you lead forth the Mazzaroth in its season? Do you know the audience of the heavens? Mazzaroth means 12 signs, meaning the 12 zodiac signs. The stars are the start of the solar system, not solar system. And we descend from the stars into the 7 planets, which give us the 7 energy centers in the body.
Very interesting.
That's what I thought, because I was like, yeah, that's 7. Okay. And it ties right into the 7 energy points, your chakra points in your body.
7
That's almost epic.
Yeah, man.
Planets
Now
are
that's
not
what's
spinning balls.
dangerous to these that type of thing right there is the very reason that they want to get rid of TikTok. Okay, a little thing like that goes, oh wow, isn't that interesting? I want to know more about that, right?
Right.
I want to look more into that. That's really because there's a lot of information packed into a short format. It fits not only the ADHD mindset of today, but also people that are busy. They're doing shit. They just catch that in less than a minute, a minute and a half. And it's like, wow, that was really cool. And they start to explore. That's what's
You know what
important.
I found? I mean, I know they misdiagnose or call kids ADHD, a lot of them that don't need it, and put them on medication. And I think the reason why is because when they are focused, a true ADHD, one that's real true hyper kid. When they find something and they focus, they learn it, every aspect of it, and then they move on to something else, and they do it very quickly. Like this one kid I know, he's now in his 20s, but when he was just like 9 years old, his grandpa started telling about salt battery or whatever, and then showing him a book and everything. That kid learned everything, just stuck with it, didn't want to go to school or do anything else but work on this and learn it. And he built one and he showed it off to everybody. And then the next thing you know, he learned all about that and he's on to the next thing. So it's not that they can't focus, but what they do is they learn so quickly and absorb it all. It's like, if you want to know how to get oil out of, plant matter, say, and you want to create an oil lamp, and it's going to burn that oil, but you need to be able to get the oil to burn in that lamp. So you learn every aspect of it. You learn what plants give you the most oil for your time and energy and effort, and so on, right? And that's what these kids do. And I've watched them. I'm just what they labeled as dyslexic. I'm the same way. Once I learn something, I'm done with that subject. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to learn more, something else. And then also I take this approach where when somebody tells me certain things, I used to be very stubborn, not want to learn something because I was told that I shouldn't learn about it. I'm the opposite now. I will learn about it and then tell you, okay, well, I think this is bullshit, or I think this is, valuable. But labeling people, putting them down, saying they have learning disabilities and this and that is the furthest things from the truth. We are a threat to them.
Well, they want them doped up. They want them doped up. They want them immersed into the idea, the pharmacological tyranny right off the fucking bat.
Yes. I had a friend, her son was on Ritalin, and she told me, while you have them, you can give it to them or don't. She said, I tend to give it to them. The school gives it to them. There's times that I don't give it to them. So the whole 2 weeks that I had him at my home, I didn't give him any of it. Didn't give him any of the medication. I asked him if he wanted it. One day he did tell me he wanted it. I gave him one. He sat down on the sofa and looked like he was so drugged into a stupor it wasn't even funny.
Yeah.
So I didn't give him any more. He didn't run away from my house. He didn't disrupt anything, and if he started to get kind of hyper or whatever, I'd tell all my kids and his sisters and his brother, and I'd say, why don't you guys go outside and play, soccer ball or kickball or something like that. And then he'd get all excited and he'd play for however long they'd play with him. It was about giving him something to do with that energy. And he was a great kid, but I don't believe he was a true ADHD. I think it was mostly just not having something to do.
Right.
So he'd get bored and then he'd
Bored
start.
and restless. Listen, it's just like that. Like right now I have 3 German Shepherds, right? One old guy, he's old. My girl Brandy here, she's getting older too. And Moonshadow, she's only like a year and a half old. And she is constantly, you can see that same type of thing. She's constantly going over trying to pick shit with the other dogs, or getting into something, just like she's bored. And now the last few days the weather's been, it's been warm outside, but it's been rainy, and so here she is stuck in the house and all the time, and her and daddy can't go out and play ball. So she's in here trying to start shit with the other dogs so they can wrestle, and they don't want no part of it. But you would see that as like, oh my God, that dog's hyperactive. No, she's young. She's got a lot of energy. She's bored.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
That's all it is.
It's like Keeper. He will pick on the cat. There's one of the cats comes back here just to pick on Keeper because it's somebody to play with, and he's also the youngest cat. And then I have my little Chihuahua, and she's 12. She don't want to play like he does. And then we have my other daughter. She has a dog, and she's big, and he will play with her, but she's only 3. But even still, she's gotten onto him and scolded him because he bit her on the butt. And everybody came running. I go, nope. Keeper needs to learn that he can't when she's waggling in her little short tail, because she's what are those? Dang it, she's a shepherd.
Chow?
No. Oh geez, those Merly looking sheepdogs with the blue eyes. Damn it, why can't I think of what they're called?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about? They're kind of white with whitish blue color with the blue eyes.
Oh yeah.
They're like in the border collie family.
Are you talking about a husky?
No. They're in the border collie type family.
I don't know what it is.
But anyways, they have a short tail. Anyways, and he reached up there and he jumped up and he grabbed her right on the tail. And I said, no. She put him in his place. She didn't hurt him. He just
right.
Because he's a puppy.
Yeah, they understand. They know.
All right. But she's 3 and she'll play with them, and she's got energy and they love to play, but she only going to tolerate so much from him.
Kevin C says it's a dingo.
Australian Shepherd.
What about that dog? I ran across your that picture of your dog you sent.
Yeah.
And I was sitting here, I went, whoa, dream keeper. I believe. I was like, hey, that works. What the fuck?
Oh, he's like 3 times that size now. He's growing fast.
You guys want to see something funny? This is funny as shit. This lady is fucking hilarious about this. Watch this shit. Hang on, let me go here.
I can hold it. Yeah, I can hold it. It's fine. It's fine. Hi, it's Margaret. I'm excited because I'm here at the vaccination centre getting my booster. It's my 45th booster. I've had 44 boosters. I've had COVID 14 times, but I know if I hadn't had my 49 boosters, my COVID would have been so much worse. And today I get a 3 for. 3 for. I know. I thought it was buy one, get one free, but it's 3 for. I've got my booster, I've got my cold and flu, and I've got my shingles, which I didn't know I needed, but I definitely must do. At this point, I'll be made up more of boosters and vaccines than I will of blood. And guess what I got given today? This. A prick loyalty card. I'm so excited. So every time I get a booster or a jab or a prick or a vaccine, I get a loyalty reward points. And look how well I'm doing. I only need 2 more and then I can get myself a heart attack. I can hold it. Yeah, I can hold it. It's fine.
Loyalty cards. I thought that was fucking hilarious. I was like, no. I mean, you know who I thought of when I saw that?
Who?
Ruhif.
Oh, yeah.
Remember he come on and
He
showed
needs
it. He
more.
had his little official record and shit. He was proudly displaying up on the screen. I was like, oh my God. No.
Well, you know, I mean, they come right out and tell us it's a world stage. They tell us they're actors. They tell you that we're experimenting on you.
Yeah.
And what the heck? Can't people hear? Where are their ears?
I
Do they
know.
got them full of
Listen.
cotton? Oh yeah, I forgot. They got earbuds in, listening to some kind of garbage.
Man, something about those. I mean, it just something tells me earbuds, wireless fucking earbuds, do not seem like a good idea to me. I mean, you're literally inserting those things into
That's
a
Wi-Fi
hole in your
going right
head.
into your. That's Wi-Fi going right into your brain.
Yeah,
Right? Isn't
but
that?
they'll go for anything.
I mean, I wonder what Wi-Fi is doing to the brain going directly in from
man.
that close.
Do you ever see this shit right here?
I mean,
Watch
I don't really know what Wi-Fi is or how the F it works, but I am a little skeptical about it.
So that company, that 23andMe, this is fucked up. Watch this.
I wanted to see what would happen if I sent my pet lizard DNA into 23andMe. And so with the help of my wife, we extracted enough saliva to send off in the mail. We were so excited to see the results. After about 3 months, we were shocked. My lizard was 51% Ashkenazi Jewish. He was also 48% West Asian. This was really interesting. They also gave us a little bit of his background and his history, what he liked to eat, etc. Let us know which animal's DNA we should send in next. Wanted to see what...
Oh my gosh, that is just so hilarious. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
So, you know, what they're really doing with that shit is they're placating people, a lot like the NASA thing, right? But with the real purpose behind it, I think they're looking for a specific fucking genetic pattern or a specific bloodline, you know?
Oh yes, I agree with
That's
that.
exactly what they're doing. It's like a worldwide search. I'm surprised they haven't just went ahead and offered it for free. But in reality, if you look at it, a lot of the now in a lot of areas, part of the booking process is taking a DNA sample in your jails and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, so they got it. You know, they know where you, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Do they really know as much as they pretend they do about that stupid shit?
You know, I've questioned that as well, especially when you got lizards, you know, being, oh my gosh. But no, I do think that a lot of it's kind of hanky-panky kind of sort of stuff, but they could be looking for something specific,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Compatible hosts for their Anunnaki Jew lizards from Nibiru. They're coming to put
That
brain
one's
worms.
related to Hillary.
Fucking Hillary. Oh, shit.
Isn't
Hillary
she?
worms.
Oh no, it's not Hillary. What's that other ancient lady that's up there? She's got, oh dang it, the Speaker of the House.
Oh, Pelosi. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
there you
Yeah.
go. Little lizards related to Pelosi.
And that woman has had so many facelifts in her time that if she gets another one, she's going to have a beard. You know what I mean?
These are going to be her boobs.
She's got nipples on her neck. That's just like
Oh
some
my.
droopy dog. That's some droopy dog shit going on right there, man. So I thought this was kind of cool too. This is an explanation. Have you ever seen They Live, Dreamy?
No.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you? You got to watch it. That's one of my must-sees. That's one of my must-see
I
movies.
tell you, I don't watch TV and I don't watch movies. It's really hard for me to do
Oh
because
my
I don't
God.
got time.
Dreamy, the fucking symbolism in this movie is unreal.
Is that the movie where what he thinks what other people's in their, or he can hear what's in other people's mind and what they think?
No. This was a John Carpenter film. Comes from 80 something, 84. Somewhere in that vicinity, back in the 80s, maybe 88. Anyway, it's times pretty much like now, and there's economic decay, and this guy, he's kind of looking for work, and he gets a job on a construction site, but the only place there is for him to stay for the time being is like because he hasn't got any money, is in like this homeless encampment. Well, anyway, the gist of the story is he finds these sunglasses, right? That when he puts them on, and I'm sure you've seen the memes, that when he puts them on, he can see the real world. He can see what's really going on. But when he takes them off, he sees it how they want us to see it, right?
Right.
And
I think I've seen bits and pieces of that.
Right. And so he finds out that they're actually hypnotizing people, putting them in this trance through subliminal messages and the television signal.
You know what movie always freaked me out, and I did see a movie. I don't not see anything, but Running Man. You know, where they put people out there, they have to run for their lives.
Oh yeah, Jeebus, I did see that.
Now that movie always freaked me out because, you know, like if you run from the cops or this or that, you know what I mean? Right. And I could already see that playing out in real life, and they were making so light of it, and other people just thought that movie was awesome, and you know that it was just fictitious. But that's not how I saw it. You know?
Dreamy, are you subscribed to Melodome?
I think I did the other night when he was on. Let me double check.
If you go back through his catalog, just a couple of weeks ago, he did a watch party of They Live. And you might want to check that out. It was his first time seeing it. I forget about some of these younger people that they've not seen some of this shit, you know? And I like to watch their reaction when they do. But this is a good little video I saw. That's kind of a little breakdown on that movie and the symbology of it. I don't know.
Okay, I just subscribed. That's all they did. Must have been somebody else the last time I was on.
All right. Yeah, Austin's a cool dude. He come on here, and I never see Austin get like cross, but he was really getting irritated with Joe. I could tell he was getting really irritated with Joe Cool.
Yeah.
But shit, if I can handle Joe Cool, I can handle any fucking buddy, right?
Pretty famous within conspiracy circles, but
you spent 7
I've watched
hours
this a couple times.
with Nick.
I know. I spent a long time with Nick Bolt. God damn.
I'm done. I'll throw him a life preserver, let him know, and then say, okay, if you want to live, you'll grab on. If not, sink and drown. I don't care.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe there is no way that dude is a teacher any fucking place. Maybe public school.
So yeah, I'll check out Melodomes because I did like some of what he was having to say whenever I was on.
Now listen, all that shit you see around in here where he broadcasts from, all that cool stuff you see like around there, that's like he and I have like I have the same kind of shit around my house. I'm not kidding you. I have the same kind of stuff just because I love unique, cool shit, you know, things that have to do with like optics. I love that, you know, like, and crystals and things like that. Man, I got all kinds of crazy shit around here.
I stopped collecting stuff because I used to have a collection of music like you wouldn't believe. And when I got divorced and my husband destroyed or took it all, whatever he did with it. I mean, I had, paper towel boxes.
Yeah.
The whole case boxes.
Yeah.
I had like several of those full of albums, 8 tracks, cassettes.
Oh my God.
I had a lot of different promotional, or like, whenever they first go out and they want to get on the radio, they'll take and hand out cassettes or whatever. I had a bunch of cassettes that were promotional cassettes. I had DVDs or CDs that were promotionals. He got all that stuff. So I said,
Here you go, Brian.
After losing stuff and moving, divorces, and people stealing from me, I just stopped collecting, period.
Brian made mention of the bag of dicks. Here you go, Brian. Here's one out of there for you.
I think Brian needs a few.
They're right up in the camera for you. I can't believe she made that. That's fucking crazy.
That is.
John Carpenter. Yeah, you've been watching a lot of John Carpenter stuff. Let's check out. No, I didn't. No, Jeeves, I didn't hear about a Hollywood executive whose son was just caught trying to dump chopped up body parts. Interesting, though. I did see where they found skeletons on Epstein Island, but it's another thing. It's
Pretty famous within conspiracy circles, but I've watched this a couple times throughout my life, and every time I see it with new eyes. The movie is honestly amazing. It starts out with your traditional 80s action movie, and you're basically following this guy who, through a seemingly random sequence of events, finds these glasses that have special properties. These glasses allowed him to see the world for what it really is. He could see past the realm of illusion and see the other truths and things. He could see messages seem to contribute to the sleepwalking state that modern humanity has been caught up in. These messages, such as obey and reproduce, subconsciously weigh people down to material reality. The weirdest part about the glasses, though, is that they allow him to see that many human beings look quite different when he wore them. They look like demons or some sort of reptilian-like entity, imitating or impersonating a human being. At first, the reptilian-like humans tell him to stop staring and, they think nothing of it. But then they start realizing that he can actually see them. So the cops begin to try and arrest him. The movie is a ride of an experience, and I highly recommend it to anyone who hasn't seen it. There's a sense of sincerity to the film, as if it's exposing some sort of hidden truth. On top of that, the directing is just very unique, and it's just a one-of-a-kind film. The director who wrote it says that it's a documentary, which is really interesting when you tie it together with the work of Dr. Kilner. Supposedly, these glasses are based on a true story. In the 1920s, a scientist named Walter Kilner experimented with a dark blue chemical dye called dicyanin, which he poured into a glass screen, and when he gazed through the screen, he found that he was able to see the aura of a person standing in front of him. He was able to see the person's aura because the specific color of the dye blocked out a large portion of the white light spectrum. This left only a small portion, which helped concentrate his perception of the aura. Now this gets interesting because supposedly in the 1940s, they decided to make this dye illegal. Dicyanin is not a drug, it's not toxic, and it's made from coal tar. However, it's as if it's been erased from our knowledge because there's little information on the subject. The reason they wanted to hide it is because it allowed anyone to see into the astral. You didn't have to be sensitive or have to train in meditation. This knowledge needed to be suppressed in order to train and program future generations. Is there some...
So that's that dicyanin glasses, man. I would love to get a hold of some of that shit because I heard about some
famous
early experiments with the night vision in Vietnam when they were using the red spectrum instead of the green.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers were seeing demons in the trees and shit, man.
Well, see, you know, one of my craziest experiences, it was Christmas. We went to the Dallas Christmas parade. And I had 2 little tiny chihuahuas at that time. They were both puppies, so I took them with me. And I had 4 little ones, so kids, that is, my own children. They were all just little babies, so we had 2 strollers and four little ones tucked in, keeping them all warm, and then the puppies. And we're walking down the sidewalk, and I mean, it's packed. You can just imagine Dallas Christmas parade. There's lots of people. And this guy is coming towards us, and I looked at him and I saw him coming towards us. He was kind of looking around and everything. I just had this strange vibe come over me, you know, I don't know how to explain it. And then when he looked directly at me and I looked directly at him, eye to eye contact, I thought to myself, you are not one of us. That's what went through my head. And at that time, he's like, oh shit. And I heard that in my head. And he turned around and he booked it as fast as he could, weaving in and out of the people until he was out of sight.
Oh, shit.
But I've sensed that about different people. And I've also had other instances where it was good entities, even though nothing about the situation told me who they were, you know. And so I do believe that there's other spirits among us. Do they take on human form? Absolutely. I believe that. But as far as this reptilian crap and stuff, no, I don't think there's lizard people walking around.
So you don't think there's any Anunnaki Jew lizards from Planet X or nothing?
No, I don't, because I mean, I believe it's a spiritual thing for the most part. Like, how could I meet somebody that answers the phone in like, I think it was April or May, when I was headed towards Texas. I stopped in Texas. I was actually headed to Tennessee. But I realized that my money I stayed at my friend's house, and the money that was in my suitcase that I had put in her bedroom so it wouldn't be bothered by the people running in and out.
Right.
And then I get to Roy, Utah, and my car just water's going everywhere. I'm thinking, oh crap, my radiator's screwed. I get off the highway. There's a Shoney's right there. So I just rolled down the hill and coasted into that Shoney's parking lot.
Right.
There was a car, and I've never seen one before like this. It was a 2-seater little sporty thing. And a couple in there. I'd say they were like 40s, maybe early 50s, very well, nicely dressed, nice little car. But that wasn't in the parking lot. I didn't see that car anywhere. Well, the kids and I thought, well, I would pour water, literally. I pour water in the radiator and it would just pour out on the ground. And I'm thinking, oh crap, I don't have the money, because right before that I'd gotten gas and realized that the money that I had was missing, and all I had was like $93 on me. And I'm supposed to get to Tennessee on this.
Oh, fuck.
And so I said, oh, well, you know, the cheapest thing I can do at this point is to get some bars leak, right? I don't believe in my heart that bars leak's going to fix my issue, because I mean, when you poured it in the top, it poured right out on the ground. Like I may as well have been dumping it on the ground. And we're like several blocks away from Shoney's, just walking down the sidewalk in town.
Congress in order to try to
And this couple pulls over in this little 2-seater sport car, and the guy asks if I need any help. And I look at him kind of strange, because I'm thinking, you know, who stops in the middle of town where there's houses and stuff, right? Asking you if you need help and you're walking down a sidewalk. But he does. And then I tell him, well, my car broke down. I said, and I'm walking. They said that there was a auto parts store down here, so I was going to get it. He goes, well, where's your car at? And I said, well, it's back here at Shoney's in the parking lot. he says, well, I don't think it's your radiator. I'm like, it absolutely is. I said, I know that. I said, I pour water in and it pours out on the ground. He goes, well, I don't think it's your radiator. He goes, let's go back and check it out. So the kids and I walk back, and him and his wife drive over there. He picks up the gallon of water, the one that I didn't put in there, and he pours it in and nothing comes out the bottom. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, now this is really crazy, because it should have been just pouring out the bottom, the same as it was doing to me. And you could see the puddle of water under the car. I mean, it was a little lake under there. But anyways, he offers and goes and gets some bars leak and some antifreeze and whatnot. And I went inside, Johnny's got more water and everything. And when he comes back, his wife takes this beautiful quilt. And I mean, it shouldn't have been on no freaking dirty parking lot. It was gorgeous. And she lays it out on the parking lot, starts putting Arby dinners out for all my kids and everything, and sitting there having a little picnic. Well, when they got ready to leave, his wife hands me $200. I wanted to say no, but I really knew I was going to need it. How they knew I needed it, I don't know. So I did ask her, could I have your, phone number and address, so I can send it back to you, when I get where I'm going. And she's like, no, you just pay it forward, help somebody else who may come along to your path and need help. And I'm like, well, that's no problem. I can do that. But she did give me her phone number. Then her husband, before he got in the car, he gives me $100 and says, I know my wife gave you some money, but I think you may need this too. So he gives me another $100. I thank him. So that was like in April or May, I believe. And then I thought, well, they won't let me send them back the money. It's Christmas time. I can at least call them up and wish them a Merry Christmas, right? I had already called her after we got to Tennessee and told her we made it safely and everything, and thanked them again for the money. And, she answered the phone, talked to me, everything, no problem. Well, December, I called the same exact phone number, because when I called, the lady said, no, nobody here by that name. So I redialed thinking maybe I misdialed. And then she's like, I think you already called, and this, we don't know anybody here by this name. Well, I end up talking to the lady. She'd had that business. It was a business phone number. She'd had that business for 30 some years and had kept the same phone number. Never employed anybody by that name. Are you seeing where I'm going? Like, what the hell? Right? So those type of things that have happened to me. So I know that we have protection. We have those that protect us, and we have those that are out here to do us harm. And I called those people angels. Were they human form? Absolutely. But how else would you explain it?
Well, look, no need for that anymore, Dreamy, because Big Brother is watching. This is coming to us, hon.
Can collect about its 1.4 billion citizens. Everyone over the age of 16 is required to have an official state-issued ID card that the government now wants to use to centralize all that information. And China is investing heavily in tech companies to help transform that government data into a virtually omniscient surveillance network. One of those companies is Medvi. It recently received a capital investment of nearly $500 million, part of which is from a state-run VC fund. But the name chosen for its premier piece of technology is a bit of a tell. Skynet. What is that?
The Terminator is the favorite film of our founder. So they use the same name, but they want to put something good into this system.
So, okay, in the Terminator, Skynet is evil, rains down death from the sky. But in China, Skynet is good.
Yeah, that's the difference.
So how do you think your facial recognition technology will change China?
Everything happened in the public can be recorded. We can know exactly what happened in every second, in every corner of the city. This is a video stream in a subway station by our smart camera. So we can capture every face in real time. Still like some criminal person is out there. There is a red box. So there is a warning to the police station that there is a criminal person. So I need to locate them.
So when it looks out onto a crowd, it's tracking all these faces and it's cross-checking those faces against what?
Criminal database.
And how many fugitives have been apprehended through this system?
Over 3,000 cases in nationwide. Yeah. Just one year.
In 1 year?
Yeah, 1 year.
Wow. So what you're working on now already seems like sci-fi. What do you think the future will look like in like 5 years?
Have you seen a film just like Black Mirror? You just stand there and your face there is a point. So maybe that is the future.
But that's like a horror show.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think that is maybe the kind of the future. Every people have their social points, I think.
If you like spit gum on the sidewalk, it would
yeah, your points.
Wow. So like if you fuck up or spit or like that, it can take points off your social credit.
I just call that a total fear-mongering episode of
Collect about it.
Well, I don't know, man. They're already actually implementing that kind of thing over there. And they're starting to want to get it through. They're doing it through our businesses here. This is why these people have to now maintain what's called an ECG credit score, these businesses. And this is why you've seen them having to do all this woke shit. And it's all ever with the Dylan destroying Bud Light and all that. That's because of this ECG score that's all set up through the BlackRock, Vanguard, and through the World Economic Forum, that this has to be this way.
Well, again, that's a man-made system, and it takes participation and consent to it to a certain degree. And
so I put them in my
even now with our phones and what they can do, you know, with just a phone in itself, you know, they're still, I don't think they're close to what people think they are. And how the hell do they have time to go? How many people they using to go through all that data they've collected? There's so many people on this planet, and we ain't all working for them, you know, going through deciphering that shit. And they ain't got enough people to do that.
Right.
Just saying. You know what I mean? So some of it, I think, is just fear tactics. Yeah, I think some of the technology exists? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. But I don't buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Right. So you want to hear a really shitty story?
Well, if it stinks, no. Well, I guess since I don't have smell-o-vision.
All right. So this is a testimonial from this woman who was apparently in Auschwitz. And well, it says here it's Irene Weisberg Zisplatt tells us how she repeatedly ingested and defecated 4 diamonds for almost.
My mother said to me, I rolled up diamonds in your skirt, in the hem of your skirt. And if you don't have enough to eat, those are to buy bread. They ordered us to take our shoes in one hand and our clothes in the other hand. And I remembered the diamonds. And I grabbed my blue skirt, and in the crowd, you know, I just fast took out the diamonds and held them in my hands, and I had no clothes on my body. They kept on saying, if anybody has any valuables left, to leave them. They had a section for that. And I held on to the diamonds for dear life because that was to buy bread. So I put them in my mouth. And then when I walked up again, I saw they were opening up people's mouth and they were looking in the mouth. But I was like at the road of no return. I couldn't give them up anymore because I would be shot. Why didn't I leave them back there? And I had them in my mouth and I didn't know what to do. So I swallowed them. The whole time I was in the camp through the experiments, every time I was selected, I swallowed the diamonds. So every time I swallowed them, I had to find them again. We were allowed to go to the latrine once a day. And I never sat in the hole because I had to go and find my diamonds. And one day the assessed woman walked by the door and she saw me in the corner, and I already had the diamonds in the hand. And usually I was waiting until on the way back, I would rinse them off like in the mud, or if there was no mud, in the soup that we were going to get next. But I had no time and I had to swallow them. I saved the diamonds all the way through the whole everything. And when I was free, I didn't talk about the Holocaust, but I took the diamonds and I mounted them into a teardrop-shaped pendant, because every time I had to save them, I had to cry so much. So I felt that the tears are appropriate for that. And I told my children that these diamonds should go down from generation to generation to the firstborn girl in the family until forever.
What it tastes like.
And you can see their different shapes and their different cuts. And the only thing that I'm holding that my mother ever held.
Says she hid these secrets for 50 years, escaped from inside the doorway of a gas chamber. Patton gave her his 4-star general buttons in a Czech army hospital where she never met him, along with other.
I don't know. I don't think when you're fighting for your lives, you're going to be worried about some damn diamonds. Oh,
No, I don't think so.
stream unavailable. What the hell's that shit?
What?
It says stream unavailable.
All right, hang on a second.
Suspended for policy violations.
Policy violation.
What the heck? That's on the YouTube part.
Streams. Oh, it says it's interrupted. It says, oh, okay, it'll come back. It'll come back. Give it a minute. Must have been some copyright shit. It'll come back. Give it a minute.
Yeah, it says stream unavailable. Stream suspended. All right.
Yeah, it'll come back. It just said that it was interrupted.
Well, the people are still talking. Oh,
Yeah,
it says he'll be back.
yeah, I just said. Because it just sent me an email. Said, due to a copyright match, your stream was interrupted. Didn't tell me exactly what, but I'll be able to look on the analytics. Let me see if I can find it on here right now. Let me see if I go to the analytics. We'll come back here in just a minute, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was like, how could I hear Sovereign? It's
yeah, it'll come right back. It's all I got to do is hang on. I know it. Hang on. Let me do this here too. I got to stop that screen there. That'll actually speed it up. Hopefully. If not, I'll just start another fucking stream. I don't care. I don't know which one it was. I'm going to look on my analytics here real quick and see if I can see. Let me. All right. No, it doesn't give me anything. Let me see if that says waiting for checks to complete. Let's see. Did we come back? Not yet. If it don't come back in like a couple minutes.
There we are.
Are we back?
Yeah.
Are we? I was just about to say, if it doesn't come back in a couple of minutes, I'll start it again. Let's see. Live. Yeah, there we go.
We said some unmagical words that disrupted everything.
You know what it was? It said, and they sent me an email and said, "Oh, your stream's been interrupted because of copyrighted shit." And it was probably that broad story right there. You know, everything else went through fine.
Right.
Right. It was that broad story. And gee, I wonder why. I mean, do you even believe that fucking crap?
Would you be more concerned about your life in a situation like that, or would you be more concerned about some material things that can't feed you or save your life?
Right. Yeah, it's a crock of shit's what it is, man.
My dog thinks he's a watchdog. He's barking his head off.
Aw. He's got a pretty fierce bark for a pup, you know?
Oh, well, people don't seem to bother you when you have one of those things.
No.
They're a little intimidating, even when they're tiny. Let me go hush him.
All right, it's not a problem. We're not being interrupted too badly by it. You know, the
Well,
worst
I mean,
part,
my neighbors, they're just next door.
that's supposed copyright violation. Let me make sure that's what they say. It's a copyright match found. Okay. Yet it's playing freely on Twitter. That's where I was playing it from. Okay. You want to figure that one out for me? Was it really for copyright, or was it because you don't like the fact that how far did we get to that? Did we get to the orange screen where it said about the other crap that she said that people want to blindly just go along with because it makes them feel in the heart and it gets their fifis going? I mean, wow. Come on, everybody. Wake up. Did you guys ever see NASA's Vag Cup? NASA has this cup. That's for drinking in a 0G environment. And it was specifically designed by people who constantly play with their balls. I mean, planets and stuff, y'all don't start. God, you guys take everything all dirty. Hey, there's Joe in Albuquerque, or was it the They Live thing? No, because it stopped us in the middle of what we were doing. So I don't know. I'll look back. I got this thing coming up on here right now going, it's doing checks. Sure did a check quick, but no, it cut us while we were talking about this woman who ate diamonds in Auschwitz and then pooped them back out and then would eat them again and kept hiding them for the whole time that she was in the place. But you know what's so dumb is that's freely playing on Twitter. That's where I showed it from, so I was like, what the fuck, Oh, Rasta. Poor little demented fucking retard.
I'm back. Yeah, I don't mind, but my neighbor they have a little baby, and it's around 10 o'clock, so.
Oh, yeah, I know. My next door neighbor has on both sides of me. Okay, so the one right on this side of me here has just had their second child, and they're like about a year or so apart, these kids.
Yeah.
And then next
That sounds
door,
like mine.
I've got little Elena and Wyatt, and Wyatt's just now a toddler walking around, and boy, he's a wild man. He's a wild man. I love watching him out there. It's funny as hell. But
I
so
woke up one morning, my son, he was like 15 months old, and he was gone. Couldn't find him. My front door is wide open. The dog's gone.
Well, all the other
I was
dogs,
at the neighbors.
listen, all the other dogs bark when somebody comes to the door. Moon Shadow doesn't, right? But when I let her out and the other dogs, she wants to fight with them so bad. She barks at Peanuts, just roof, roof, real loud. And it's like after I get off a stream here, and that's, wee hours of the morning for the rest of my neighbors and shit, So I'm like, what the fuck, y'all?
Yeah. My last chow, that was the one thing. He would bark if he was outside, let you know someone's there. If I was home. Now, I heard he was extremely ferocious and nobody got out of their cars at my house, not even my friends that normally would just get out. But I was in my house. Now, the neighbors, there was one neighbor between us and then them, and they had, I believe it was 5 pit bulls in their backyard. Their house, the same night that these people, whoever they were, thought they would come in my house, and I don't lock my doors. This was in Texas, and it was 4th of July that night. They robbed their house of everything they could haul out: TVs, refrigerators, washers, dryers, all kinds of stuff, everything. Those people were gone for the 4th of July weekend, came home to nothing, and their dogs let these people in through the backyard back gate. And then I was in my bed, and it was like about 1:30 in the morning, and Sultan, he was on the floor, and I just hear this very super low, quiet growl. And I look over the side of the bed, and he's pulling his legs up underneath him, looking like he's ready to pounce, right? My front door, I heard somebody, and they knocked really lightly. And so I knew it was somebody I didn't know, because everybody that knew me knew that all the lights are out, is probably asleep. So either they wouldn't bother me at all, or they had knocked really super loud to wake me. But my front door came open. My dog came up with a roar that sounded more like a lion, and the door slammed shut. And the next thing I hear is gravel. Before I could even get out of the bed and look to see what was going on, that car was gone. But Sultan was very quiet. And like Riley, my last dog, I just teach them, the people in the other yard, that's not your yard, not your business. And I just slowly teach them not to bark.
Well, I don't mind during the day, especially
Right.
those kids like to run up and down the fence with their dogs, and while my dogs run up and down the fence
Right.
barking and that
Yeah,
kind of
during
thing.
the day
But
I don't
at
mind,
3
but at
o'clock
night.
3 o'clock in the fucking morning, that's just not cool, you know.
Well, there is
This
a
is kind of
rule here.
crazy. This might explain why these fucking idiots, these puppets, now they don't even, I don't think, have to have real people as puppets anymore. Check this shit out. This is pretty crazy.
I don't know what you've been told. I don't get out much these days. Waking young and feeling old, the days are no longer my own.
Better watch that music.
Yeah.
Fucking YouTube.
Well, you know, with some of the crazy things we've been seeing, I think they're
Look at that fucking eyes and shit to look at you.
Yes, that, you know, I mean, for quite a few years now, some of them don't blink for ages, and it's like, that's not normal. You know, even like on the news and stuff, when they're doing some of the news stuff, and these people are talking, they just have these stares that don't even seem human.
Oh, that's freaky. That's just freaky.
Yeah. But that's why I think that this technology and what's out there and what we're looking at isn't necessarily real or realistic. It's realistic looking, but it isn't real.
That fucking cube with the eyeballs blinking, that would be a cool thing to have to just freak people out with. Yeah, it would.
I like some crazy stuff.
Dude, I would just set that on a fucking coffee table or something and not say shit. Just let it sit there blinking at people and shit.
Well, wasn't it Trump, the dude that stood behind him that looked like his arm was fake?
Yeah.
And did you see how he would look around? He looked like a freaking robot. I'm sorry, it's not just his arm, but I mean, just something about him was just not right.
No, they're listen, there's a lot of crazy shit that's going on that, you know, once you start seeing it, then all you can do is expand on it. You're like, oh my God, are they actually using fucking, you know, artificial life forms as, you know, stand-ins, or are all of these things artificial life forms? Or...
Well, they had these masks and artificial crap in Hollywood, so I've questioned even the JFK thing. Were those real people sitting in the car? You know, I mean, we've had remote control for a long time out in the public, and you know, they always got this stuff hidden in the background for years before we ever see it. And, you know, so there's a lot of things I question the narrative on, just simply because we don't actually know for a fact. And they keep everybody so far away. And even if you're close enough to see, you can't always trust your eyes seeing what's really what you think you're seeing. You know what I mean? You've seen those masks they pull off people and they look, you know, that you would thought you was looking at a real person there talking to you.
I know.
But then if you go back through the news, even in the 80s, you would see these stares with them talking, and I'd go, that's really creepy. And people go, what's creepy? I go, it's not even blinking. Well, they're talking. Well, I blink when I talk, don't you?
I know, right?
But they would come up with stupid excuses. And I'm like, no, that's freaky. That's creepy. I hate creepy shit.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I don't know. I like creepy shit though. I mean I'm not really afraid of shit, you know. I'm like, I want to know what's going on behind this, you know. So yeah, my senses get up, you know. I'm like, ooh, what is this? You know, like it's gonna be like with anything unknown. But yeah, I tend to like that kind of shit because I go, I don't know, I've just always been that way, you know.
Well,
It's
I
always
think it's because it's
fascinating.
a curiosity. And I mean, when I say I don't like creepy shit, I mean, I just don't, I mean, I don't like the energy that comes from that.
Right.
I'm not afraid of it, afraid, you know, like scared.
Right.
But I mean, it just gives you the heebie-jeebies. You remember that term.
Oh, I do indeed. I
So
do.
yeah, that probably brings it to your attention. You get that feeling, that vibe, and then you're like, wait a minute, I got to take a look into this. What's going
Right.
on here? Right?
Oh, what did I do? Damn it. Shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll show that later. Got a thing on orbital mechanics for dummies. It's pretty good. It's good information. Showing more, expanding on that. You saw that 3-body problem diagram I brought up. This kind of gives you even more on that. It's pretty cool shit. But yeah, it's been I have to say it's been a pivotal last couple weeks.
Yes, it has.
For flat Earth, I would have to say. We had Caleb destroy Craig. We had Pastor Greg Locke get destroyed by Dean Odell. We had, and I'll tell you what, that hurt his church. You know what I want to do real quick? I'm going to go over to see if there's any newer comments on there we go, Global Vision Church. Let's see if there's a secret place. The flat Earth debate. Okay, any new comments?
You know what I really like is the fact that so many more people are actually saying, you know what, I'm sick of the lies. You know, some stuff, you know, they're ready to actually look into things and opening their minds. And I really think that's an awesome thing. Yes, we have those little twits that want to continue to troll and be, you know, negative energy. But overall, I think as people talk about it, I think it's bringing some people into a mindset. I'm going to look into this for myself. I'm going to start paying attention because, you know, I believe that too. And they're really open minded enough to question and to go seeking and looking for, you know, answers and not just
Right.
accepting what they're told anymore. I think people are sick and tired of being dictated to.
Yeah, I think this is pretty well calmed down now. There ain't a whole lot left on there, but I went to the Global Vision Bible Church after that and looked at the comments because they put out this pretty untruthful statement, and it was sad to say the least. But the comments on there, I think he lost members. I think he lost members of his congregation when that took down. I really did. And I mean, you know, you can't go and act like that, you know, and expect people, oh, wow, how interesting. I just ran across the thing, some more about those dicyanine glasses, man.
Well, there's absolutely nothing that says a weak won't have their eyes opened, right? And they're going to fall, and they know they're going to fall. They've been told they're going to fall for longer than we've been alive. And they're going to fall, and they know they're going to fall. They've been told they're going to fall for longer than we've been alive. And they're going to fall, and they know they're going to fall for longer than we've been alive. And they're going to fall, and they know they're going to fall for longer than we've been alive.
Well, damn, they're like playing like a little kid that covers up his eyes and then thinks that because he did that, nobody else can see him. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you can't see me. Yes,
Yeah.
everyone can still see you. The only one that can't see is you. And that's
When
what
the
these
ostrich
people are
gets
doing.
scared, he sticks his butt in the air and his head in the sand, but we can still see him. What happens with a little kid you play peekaboo with, you know, a little baby?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
think
yeah.
because they got a washcloth over their face, they're hidden.
Yeah, exactly,
Or a
exactly.
blankie.
Right.
Uh,
No shit. And that's what I think these people are. I love it. There was somebody that wasn't that Nick? He says, I don't believe in God. And I said, that's all right, Nick. He still believes in you.
yes, and that is true. I believe that that nothing that we can do, even in our rotten nature or rotten moments.
Hey, speak for yourself now.
I'm just saying, I mean, I know that there's some people that are rotten to the core and they probably going to have some kind of different outcome, but on average, it's not the ones that have been lied to, it's the liars that will be held accountable 10 times more, right? Isn't that what the Bible says? They will be held accountable tenfold for
Something like
deceiving.
that. It's not good.
No, it's not good.
It's not good. There's those Dysenian glasses that guy was talking about. Let's see if this. I just ran across this, so I haven't seen this.
You won't believe what's behind the story of these weird-looking blue goggles. And this is a subject which has the least amount of search results on Google that I've ever seen for any other theory or conspiracy. So in the early 1900s, a guy named Walter Kilner, who you can't even find a picture of him on Google, developed a sort of dye from coal tar. So he took this collodion-coated dye-treated glass plates and put Dicenian dye, that's the thing from the coal tar, in the middle of this glass. And the story goes that with these glasses, you can see outside of the normal range of visible light. All of a sudden, your eyeballs can detect different wavelengths and frequencies of light. And it's said to have enabled the user to see people's auras. And you could see how strong or how weak someone's aura is, which is the electromagnetic field that we all emanate, at least normal humans do. But where this gets a little crazy, it's said that Walter Kilner, when he wore these glasses in public, not everyone had an aura. Not just a weak aura, but no aura at all. You remember the movie They Live? When he puts on glasses, he can see the aliens in the crowd that normally without the glasses just look like normal humans. Some say this movie was actually based on the events of Dicenian glass. And then, of course, Walter's place gets raided and all of his equipment confiscated, and this gets totally buried, and no one knows anything about it to this day, except for a couple stories floating around the internet. So I'm going to try to get some Dicenium and make...
That's very interesting, huh?
Yeah. Go in and
well, it's like that
believe.
obsidian. Whenever they was looking to obsidian and there was no eclipse, and then they put on the little glasses that they're all given, and they could see the eclipse. Now, what the hell's that?
Right.
What if that? How could something disappear and not be there with obsidian through looking through obsidian? If it's a physical object,
right?
You see, I mean, that just still boggles my brains. I mean, it was awesome. I'm not saying it wasn't the most awesomest thing I ever encountered, because that was really awesome. But yeah, I mean, can't see an eclipse through an obsidian. That just tells me that it's not a physical object.
Well, they've done experiments with polarizing lenses too. There's some people actively looking into that.
Oh, that'd be cool to see some of that. I don't know a whole lot.
Interesting.
I know a little bit, but not like in that realm of things. You know, I know that polarized lenses will go dark in the light, you know, out in the sun, and then lighten in the inside. But you know, there's some interesting things about that. But that would be, I think I should look into some of that, go digging. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and the Dicenian glasses. Yeah, there's even a story coming out of Vietnam about it.
Well, you know, nothing
really
goes to waste. Think about the stained glass in a church. The color red in stained glass, what makes it red is gold. Did you know that?
What does it say it again?
If you want to make glass look red, you put gold in it.
Oh, ain't that crazy?
And so, yeah, and so each different color has like different mineral in it. And so that's why I say the stained glass windows in the churches isn't there just happenstance. Each color represents something. It especially a metal or, you know, a mineral.
Wow.
That's why red glass is so damn expensive. They put gold in it.
Well, with these red night vision, red spectrum night vision, these people were seeing fucking demons, man. Flying at their helicopters and everything.
Yeah.
And pretty crazy story. So I don't know what to make of it, to tell you the truth, but what is this?
It's interesting to check into.
Aren't joining the experiment.
I'm lost. What happened? Biblically speaking.
I mean, there's so much we don't know, Sovereign. I think that there is just tons we don't know.
You want to see something pretty cool while I smoke some weed?
Sure. Puff, puff, pass. I'm loaded.
Right.
The Star of David, where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Because nobody knows,
Yeah,
huh?
I don't know. I'm not, yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so. There must be somewhere. I do not remember exactly what the association was.
Okay. I believe that what they call the Star of David is actually the Star of Remphan. Because when you study the Bible, you'll see that when they worshipped other gods, the Bible talks about them carrying the banner of the star of their god Remphan.
You rejected the God of the Bible. You took up for yourself the star, that's the 6-1 star, of your God, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch, the great Baal, the great fire god, who was the devil.
Beelzebub.
That's right, Beelzebub. And they were shocked about this. Now, who is this star god? If they only read the Old Testament, they would know this. In Amos, God said, you have taken up the star, and you've made me furious by doing that. And you have actually sacrificed your own children to the star god through the fires. They sacrificed their own children, the Jews did, to the star god.
When they worshipped a false god, they had the Star of Remphan as an icon and as a symbol. We never see a Star of David in Scripture, but the star of the false god Remphan. And so we know.
And I think that's one of the things, too, that they leave out. That these people, you know, every time that the Israelites started worshiping some idol,
Right.
you know, something bad would happen.
But the thing is they continued. They chose the god of fire. I ran into that in my studying, that's what they still go by, is the god of fire.
Right. Well, let me let this go. I got to get the dog water.
Today that they are not worshiping the true God, because the Bible says, he that denieth the Son, the same hath not the Father. But he that acknowledgeth the Son hath the Father also. If the Jews do not believe on the Son, the Bible says they don't have the Father. So who do they have? Somebody else, a false God. Therefore, they're not worshiping the same God that we worship. Some people will say, oh, they worship God the Father, they just don't acknowledge Jesus. But the Bible teaches that it's impossible to worship the Father if you don't acknowledge the Son.
You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper on October 28, 1927, stated, Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?
Albert Pike said in his book, Morals and Dogma, that the Kabbalah is the very basis. Without the Kabbalah, we would not have the 33 rituals of the Masonic Lodge. But the god they worship, the great architect, is Moloch, the star god.
It's kind of telling in a lot of that whole thing because, I think that there's probably today a lot of people within that faith that are proudly supporting or sporting that symbol.
Right.
And falsely believing it has something to do with Judaism. When in reality, the menorah, and there again, 7, is the symbol of Judaism.
Well, the most powerful part of this is our energy. That's
the Star of David. Where does that
our
symbol?
power is everything.
Mm-hmm.
Our energy, our power. That's our power. So if they can keep, so those that need more energy to do their deeds, they're going to suck you in.
Yeah.
They'll make, if you ever listen to any salesman, they make you believe what they're selling is the best that you could ever get, right? They con you into it. Well, that's the way government does. That's the way the churches do. And so there's good people in those places. They're being misled by what they're taught. That's why I said it's those that teach that are going to, and teaching wrongly, that are going to be held accountable tenfold.
Mm-hmm.
And it's coming. Karma don't care if you sow good seeds or bad seeds. She's going to dish it right back out to you.
Oh, shit. You know what I did? God damn it. I got to redo that whole water thing. I got done. Grabbed the jug. It's like one of those jugs that goes upside down in the water. And I was like, damn, it's warm. I ran hot water in that fucking thing.
Hey, Sovereign, I don't know if you have like underneath your kitchen sink or if your dogs drink where they drink their water, but if you can put it like near kitchen sink or something, you can pipe in underneath your sink. And then you have a water that will fill up to a certain point every time it gets so low. I have one outside in the summertime for my dogs.
I have no room to do that here at all. I have that. And this room right here it was a dining room.
Gotcha.
But we don't ever eat at the table or anything like that, It's just me and the wife here. So, I don't worry about it. And if I need to get out a table, I got one that I can get out. But so I use this room and this for doing this, and I got my bookshelves and all that shit in here. And so I just don't have room to do
Well,
anything.
you can at least do it in the summertime outside. Because what it is, it's like the old cattle troughs. It just has a float in it, so it'll turn the water off and you can just hook it to the faucet outdoors. That's what I do here with my brats. It just hooks to the faucet and stays on.
Right.
Keeps it full.
So this guy, something said on this was kind of crazy. I don't know what this is put up by a guy today. He said this guy claims the International Space Station is fake. What?
Oh my gosh.
Say it ain't so. Let's see what he says here.
Is he just waking up?
What?
Is he just waking up?
I don't know.
Imagine if the federal government gave $19.5 billion to Hollywood. I think we'd all be pretty upset by this. There is a growing body of evidence that the International Space Station is not in outer space, but it's being filmed in a desalinated pool down here on Earth, and it's being falsely misrepresented. It started with this phenomenon known as bubbles in space. If you search for it, you'll see many of these so-called spacewalks, which have been falsely misrepresented as live, as has been exposed many times on Facebook when they do their live ISS feeds. Bubbles out in space. Well, there's not supposed to be water up there. And it is known that the astronauts do train in these big underwater tanks. And so this body of evidence, and it's not just bubbles in space, there are harnesses or green screens, evidence of flights that are actually on parabolic flights, not in space. And if this is true, it's a big deal. Imagine if
if this is true, it's a big deal. I'd imagine He's not the only one to bring this up in a public comments or a public forum such as a city council or county council meeting or anything else like that, a board meeting. I've seen others too. So
Right.
there's more people are talking, man.
Because people are listening to themselves. And I know that sounds crazy, but hear me out. You know how when you're thrown into a situation you've never been in, but you can do what needs to be done in that moment, even though you have absolutely zero education or anybody telling you or talking to you about how to handle it? I mean, have you ever been in a situation where you just did what you knew you needed to do right then?
Yeah.
Okay, we all have that. So people, when they'll hear a certain story, doesn't matter. They're going to go, wait a minute. There's this, this, and this, and they'll go looking, and the information's there most often. But they will find it. But that's because that catches their attention. And that's why I think we should try to work together and not just judge each other because one person's up on a certain topic and others aren't. Because, well, with the exception of those that openly admit that they're just trolling, those are a waste of time.
Yeah.
But the ones that will come back time again and you can just tell, even though they're holding way back, but they're not being attacking. So that tells me they're seeking, they're listening, they're wallowing those ideas around in their heads. Even if they don't want to admit at this time, you know what I mean? Because you're always first in denial.
Mm-hmm.
But curiosity, you know, will actually, or them thinking, wait a minute, this is possible, that's possible, but this is what I've been taught. They have to work that through, you know.
Oh my God. Listen, can you hear them?
I know it sounds like Keeper. When he's drinking, it sounds like he's gonna swallow the whole thing.
It does. It sounds like lesbian porn.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm like, good God, man. Let's get over this shit a little bit. Holy kid. We got Jonathan Kampala in here. I didn't see him before. Dr. Law's still here with us. I'm going to shut her down here in just a little bit. Yeah, I just still kind of irked with my strike. But, you know, it is what it is. Did I download
Yeah, they
it?
just want to shush us.
That's exactly what it is, man. And it's like, no matter what, they always just want to fuck with you.
Right.
You know, and it's like no reason for it. It's just like, I don't know. I think maybe they're getting better. They like harvesting the loosh that comes along with being dickheads and pissing everybody off more than they do about having a decent platform where,
Right.
you know, people can
Well, see,
actually
if
communicate.
you recall, we used to have parks all over the place. You had roadside rest areas, and then you had pull-off areas. And I remember back when I was young, and people at the rest areas, you know, and whatnot, you sitting outside or walking around something, they'd say hi to you and things like that. And then it got to where nobody did, and people stopped really. They started taking the parks and the benches away out of town. Remember, you used to have the park benches along especially the downtown area, and they started taking all that stuff away. Started taking away the parks. Then they started, you know, adding children well, you had first grade, then they added kindergarten, said, well, let's get another year out of this. Then they start with Head Start, and that gives them another year. And then they said, oh, fuck it, let's just do daycare centers and put everybody to work. You see how that works? And
Now
I
they
know
got-
you remember this in our era.
Now they got daycare centers in the hospital. They're in the daycare centers in the school for all the
Right? Yes.
teenage girls that have had kids. They're still in school.
Right.
My signal's fucked up again.
Yeah, I seen it glitch.
God damn.
But yeah, so I mean, it's a lot of segregation, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is absolutely hardly no family left. I mean, I keep my family as close as I can.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not smother them. I mean, they can do what they want, but you know, I do try to keep them all focused that, you know, they're here to help each other. You know, my family was just the opposite. You don't help anybody, you help yourself. You know, God helps those who help themselves. That was thrown in my face all my life. So, you know, with my kids, I didn't want them to feel that way. So they know if they need something, they can ask for it. You know, I'll do all I can. All they have to do is ask. You know, and it doesn't matter really how mad I get at them with their stupid little stuff. You know, when push comes to shove, I told them we have to stick together. That's what we're for. Yep. And you think about this, Sovereign. Were we really put on this earth to be born, be taken and put in somebody else's care, while our parents go off and work, and then on the weekends they try to get a babysitter so they can have a night out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, they got to have a car and an RV and a boat or a sailboat, you know, and they got to keep up with the Joneses. They're wearing Fila's on their feet, and these people are wearing Nikes. You know what I mean? All that material bogged down stuff, and yet that's not what we're here for.
Right.
You can't tell me it's here to do all that and go to work and pay taxes and come home, eat, go to sleep, you know, and do this routine. It's not about that. It can't be about that. And I think maybe that's what people are starting to see. At least that's what I hope they're seeing. That this is not natural life.
Let's get a little bit of music up in this joint.
Fuck Ford, fuck Adidas, fuck Netflix too, fuck Starbucks, Barbie, Whoopi and The View, fuck Biden, Kamala, AOC, fuck Snuffleupagus down Sesame Street, can't take it no more, give me Trump 22-4, Sleepy Joe, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, fuck Bud Light, fuck CNT, yeah, fuck Target and fuck Disney. These hypocritical woke liberals know they're never gonna learn. It seems they're calling me stupid, calling me dumb, driving this song to #1. Should've known it by now. Fuck around and find out you joke. Go on, go bro. Fuck 22-4.
That's funny.
That's awesome. I love it.
There's a lot of propaganda in there, you know.
Right.
That shit. But really, if you look at it, the Marxist, I would say those with these Marxist ideals, which are basically, I would have to say, not as much political as it is satanic.
Yeah.
You know, because even in the social aspect of it, not just the you know, having it be as a way of government, it's proven over and over again to be very satanic, very evil, resulting in the deaths of millions.
Well,
every time.
all these people that think that we need this government, no, they can't do shit without us. We're the manpower. We're the fucking machine.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We're the conveyor belt. And it all goes to them, right?
Yep.
What happens if we all got off the conveyor belt at the same damn time? It'd probably jump the tracks and knock them all out. Oh, no. I just see things different. It just irritates me that people, you know, continue to participate in that. And the more I learn, the more I'm proven right. You know, that we're not here to be their concubines.
No. Well, I definitely can't show that.
We have, and we need people exposing that. to those that want to, you know, say, wait a minute and take a second look.
Yeah, and we have to expose within the limits of censorship too. That's the fucked up thing.
Exactly, because we're taking away their lunch. We are the new bullies on the block, so to speak. If there's enough of us, they can't continue to be bullies, right? If everyone stops participating with the bully, once the bully gets beat up, everyone's going to see the truth.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there again, damn, if I didn't just find another cool thing
He will
associated
go crying
with
to his
bullies.
mommy. I got beat up by these little kids.
Yep.
Isn't that the way it goes?
Yeah. That big fucker that came to my house with his mom after I whacked him with a roller skate, man.
Yep.
You know, what's wrong with you in the first place? You're twice the size of this kid. Why are you even fucking with him in the first place, right?
Exactly.
So, shit, you know, my dad was
I
like,
can't stand people and never have been able to deal with people that hurt other people. You know, I'll stand back and not do nothing if it's just a verbal argument for the most part. I don't want to get involved. Tell hands or fists start flying, then I'll step in. But you know, I just don't think people should put their hands on other people.
No,
in any way, shape, or form. You can have a verbal argument. I don't care how loud you get, whatever.
Mhm.
That ain't hurting nobody. I mean, that is a whole lot of emotion that's being let out for whatever reason. But I can't deal with anybody putting their hands on someone else.
No. Check
And
this
that's
out.
why I can't deal with war. I mean, I can't sanction it, agree with it, any of that kind of stuff.
Well, it's not something I look forward to, but it's something I can do.
Now, if it's self-defense, that's to me is a whole different
Mhm.
story. You know what I mean? That's the only time. If you have to
It's about going over to somebody else's yard and fucking with them. Somebody come in my yard and start fucking with me. It's a whole different story. See?
Exactly.
Mhm.
That's how I feel.
I live by a completely non-aggression principle in my life. Okay.
Yeah. Never start the fight.
That doesn't mean you can't beat the fuck out of somebody, but only in
Exactly.
defense. You know?
Yep.
I mean, even Jesus whooped some people's asses from time to time, right?
I know. I just, my favorite story of him is when he was in the temple,
Oh, yeah.
and they were, using it for a bank, and he just kind of came up totally unglued and said this was a house of prayer, not a bank,
Right.
because those were the money changers.
Turned my
That's the
father's
bank.
house into a whorehouse, man.
And so, yeah, because he's flipping tables. I would have just loved to have been there. I'd have been helping him. But anytime you stand up for yourself in any situation, and depending on how you do that, you can back off people in a way that's almost magical, because they don't know what you're capable of.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Kevin. He says, I like the jam, but but he's promoting we need a leader, and I personally don't. But anyway, yeah, man,
Right.
that same here.
That's
you can touch into you got to understand what you are to begin
Right.
with, This is kind of cool. You'll like this, Dreamy.
Within you is an eternal, life-giving, cosmic spark of consciousness. This manifests into the physical world as the sun. The ancient word for sun is sol. The word sol became soul because the sun is a macrocosm of the soul. Humans are light beings. Hue means an attribute of a color. Each color is a specific vibrational frequency. You are operating off a generic frequency based off your mindset. This frequency is actually a color because you are an attribute of a color. A hue, man, a light being manifested into physical form. Genesis 1:3. Let there be light. Light was the first thing ever created. John 1:5. God is light. Psalms 82:6. Ye are gods, and all of you are sons of the Most High. You and I are the same being. We are consciousness. We are God made flesh. Within you is an eternal, life-giving, cosmic spark of
I always end up letting them play again.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know why? Because in areas where it's very cloudy for long periods of time, like the spring, I know Tennessee was just cloudy for weeks on end, drove me nuts. But they have a high depression rate there. And so then you get over into the sunshine states and the western states where you have more sun, and the people are not all totally medicated out of their minds. Yes, some are, but I mean, it's not the same. So
Right.
and then they made those lights that are for people that get really, really depressed.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have these lights that are really bright that they sit under or
What do they
whatever.
call it? Seasonal
Yes.
affected disorder.
Yeah, something like that.
And it does have to do, these people will find themselves going to the grocery store for no reason, and it's merely because of the light.
And the sun is very healing, because with my first one, she had jaundice. And we were just told to put her bassinet in front of a window,
Mm-hmm.
and then just lay her there nude in the window in her bassinet, and the sun took care of it. We need the sun, in order to be healthy and to live. So
Yeah.
I think it does play a major part in our
in
health and
incandescent
well-being.
artificial light is not going to cut it, man.
Right.
Like a regular light bulb. I mean, compare sunlight to what happens if you try to grow a plant with an incandescent bulb or just a regular fluorescent bulb as opposed to outside.
Right.
There's a certain spectrum that's not there that is highly beneficial. Well, it's needed. It's necessary. I mean, it absolutely is. Sunlight helps from what I understand, in the creation of vitamin D.
Right.
In your body too. So I'll tell you, I mean, I do it all the time, and this is me. They say don't do it, but I do. I look at the sun all the time. And at first it's like, whoa, fuck, that's really bright. And your tendency is to squint and everything. Go ahead and squint. And then as you continue, you'll get used to it. And it's,
Yeah.
I've
heard people that do that. They'll get up every morning just to do their sun gazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause in the evening and the morning are the best times because of, I hope Joe Cool's listening, because of atmospheric opacity.
Right.
Kind of lessens the intensity of the light.
Right. That makes sense.
I don't know why he didn't get that. I mean, I surely thought that the swimming pool or trying to see a long distance underwater would have made sense to him, but apparently he's not able to correlate those kinds of things together.
Well, you heard what he said. He was here to troll, and that he loves going around and doing this to people.
Right on, Kevin.
So he was admitting his reason for being here has nothing to do with what you're talking about. It doesn't have anything to do with the topic. It's just so he can troll and get off on disrupting and arguing about shit because he's got some PhD. And I'll tell you what that PH stands for is if you just put a UCK on the end of it.
It stands for piled high and deep. That's what I was always told.
Oh,
it stands for piled high and deep.
That's why I couldn't stand school. Because with the exception of a couple of teachers I had, most wouldn't answer my freaking questions.
Of who? Which guys?
I'm talking about when I was in school and my teachers. Yeah. I mean, at church, nobody would answer my questions.
They only knew as much as the curriculum.
I had questions. I was one of those that asked questions all the time, until
Mhm.
people got tired of telling me things. And they would tell me to leave them alone.
Right.
My dad, that was funny. I'm like, hey, Dad, why this and why that? And he'd tell me, and I'll go, how come? And then I'm like, well, why? I'd be asking him these questions. Finally, he'd say, okay, I've had enough. Go run along. But yeah, I was that kid that questioned things, and I still question things.
Yeah, I do too. I've always done that.
But more
And
than anything, I think,
too often, see, they only know their curriculum,
right,
right? And they can only teach to the curriculum. So if you're asking them any questions that don't fall within the guidelines of the curriculum, they don't know what the fuck to do. They
right,
lose their goddamn minds. And I was that kid, I was always asking shit outside the paradigm.
right.
That whole thing when I never could, when I can remember that, and that guy trying to show me with the bucket of water, and I was like, no, because it's in the bucket, I says, put the water on the outside of the fucking bucket. And he was like, got mad at me. And I'm like, wait a second, man. What are you doing? What do you get mad at me for? What I said makes absolute sense, and it
Right.
dispels what you're trying to explain. But no, I just, don't want to get and have the teacher mad at you. This guy's the one that gives you report cards and shit. You got to be cool.
Yeah, I never got that modern math bull crap where you needed 3 pages to solve a problem that you could answer on one line.
Yeah.
They did that with fractions. Okay, you got 2/3, and then you add another, third. So what do you have? You got a whole, you asshole. How simple is that? No, they want you to use this page to figure out. 3 pages is what a lot of those answers was for that stupid modern math. That's why I think there's so many stupid people, and all they can think of is math says so. You know what I mean? It's math. It's math. It's physics. It's
Oh, fuck.
geometry.
Yeah. Apparently, they're spraying shit from lampposts in China. Man, check this out. This will blow your mind.
Here's an interesting innovation that I've never seen before. Lampposts spraying mist on the street below.
That is crazy.
And I captured them just in time before they turned off. So apparently it's only an intermittent thing. I wonder what the purpose is. Usually, that kind of thing is to remove dust from the air. But it seems so random to have a couple of lampposts on a regular street that's not under construction, just spraying. Here's an interesting innovation.
Yeah, why do they have that for? What the fuck
Right.
is going? What? It's probably some kind of brainwashing chemical that they've got or something. What's this? Bringing US F-16 has crashed in the Yellow Sea off the coast of South Korea during a training exercise. Okay. Pilot's okay.
Well, they use music when you go shopping. Do you think that's accidental?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh yeah, the water level. I was trying to explain that to Joe too. He couldn't get it.
Oh, I know. I tried him to think rationally and logically, and he just got more ridiculous. That's
Yeah.
why he don't need my energy. That's one of the most precious things about us is our energy.
Yeah.
And we need our energy to stay healthy. We need the sunshine. We need the, our mental energy and our physical energy, because we do put off auras.
Yeah.
I really believe that. I believe that some people have that good energy that, some of those people want to feed off of. And that's why I'm like, nah.
I don't know. The chat was
I
pretty.
respect you to a point, but when you say you're here to troll me and to trick me and make an ass of me, well, I'm done with your dumb ass.
Well, I'll tell you, the chat was brutal with him. I gotta say that. Yeah, probably not the best look though. You know what I'm saying?
No, because I have a lot of respect, I guess, in some ways for him prior to that.
Yeah, I mean,
because
like
I
what he
know what
does
he's doing for his community, and he's standing up.
I told him, listen, I told him last night though. I said, dude, I said, you have got to be one of the, I think you are like the most ignorant person I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
I said, I can't believe it. I said, I mean, I've never met anybody as limited in their thinking ever. You can't take, you don't even take the time to listen to the concept before you're even trying to scramble to find out how you can dispute it.
Right.
So.
Right. Well, it's like taking a horse to water. You can't make him drink. So once you've given him a couple of handfuls in your hand, it's time for him to bend his head down and drink for himself.
Yeah, either get with it or don't, man. One of the two. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, I know you try to be patient and get through, but he if he hadn't have said he was just here to troll and that he likes to argue and this and that told me all I needed to know.
Yeah.
He don't give a shit about us unless we give a shit about, or because we shouldn't think differently from him.
Right. I think he's just. Listen.
We all believe different things.
From what I can see now, I can get along with Joe, but Joe is basically he's just a loudmouth fucking ignoramus. I mean, I'm sorry, he is.
Not one of us has all the information though, so we should be at least considering what the other person has to say. It's how we learn.
Yeah, I mean, ignorance is what are the just blind dismissal without investigation, man. That's the epitome of ignorance,
Right.
And so that would be that's an ignoramus,
Yes.
And I swear to God, that's what you run into.
I call them the willfully ignorant. They choose to be ignorant. They want to be ignorant, and they love being ignorant.
Yeah.
That's their bliss.
Oh my God.
But my energy is valuable, and there's other people and other things and whatnot in my life besides just listen to somebody like that who chooses that, and he openly chose it. So you arguing with him, that's your cup of tea. But that to me is total disrespect when he comes here to say those things. I'm here to troll you, fuck up your night, and dry you up of your energy, suck it all down, and leave you exhausted. Nick's the same way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm talking about energy, the kind that everyone shows up here for. Like the other night when we had that awesome panel, that was awesome.
Yeah. That was a good panel.
Heck, there was so much information shared in that. I loved it. That was a really, really good one. I wish they could all be that way.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to shut this one down. We've been going 4 hours. I'm going to just call it quits for tonight. I'll be back up again tomorrow evening on this same channel. We only, if we can share, hit the like button. I got quite a number more subscribers. I went on Brian's show and I put it in the chat that this is the new channel. So hopefully people will get the news. I should have been on this a little sooner of getting people over to subscribe here to the backup channel. So hopefully we can get those numbers up. I'm not sure where I'm at now. Let me take a look real quick. We'll go to my we're gonna go here to the dashboard thing. What's got 234? And not bad. We'll get it up there. We'll get the rest of the people that are subscribed to my channel to come over here and get a sub onto it too. Because you never know when they're just gonna pull the rug out and say, oh well, and there's no way for me to tell anybody. Right? Because you can't do any community posts, nothing like that. So whatever the fuck. So you got anything you want to leave everybody with here this evening, Dreamy?
Oh, just keep learning, keep paying attention, looking for things out of the ordinary that you used to think was normal, but really aren't.
Daniel, I'm sorry, buddy. You caught me just as I'm signing out, my man.
I think we all be aware of our surroundings and the things that we're seeing, because the tricks are getting trickier.
Right.
So anyway, thank you so much for having me. It's been a great night. Right on.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
All righty.
All right, darling. So Daniel Larson.
Love.
All right, baby. Good night. So Daniel Larson, I see you backstage, but I'm getting ready to sign off. You showed up right as my show was ending. So if you want to join us tomorrow evening, we're going to be back at 9:35 Eastern time, right here, same channel. And we'll see everybody then. So until then, just remember, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and probably get rid of him, because he'll probably give you some pill that'll kill you or some shit. Anyway, good night.